Okay, does that work? Yes, no? Okay, good. And this should be... Alright. Good enough. Okay. One, two, three. There we go. Okay, now everything shows back up properly. And I apologize, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else. You know, because, I don't know, maybe you are... I don't know, maybe you've got your own decisions on what you want to call yourself. Maybe you want to call yourself Frankenstein, I don't know. I think it was Frankenstein. It was that one weird movie from that I had some vague interest in with Adam Sandler, where he suddenly had to become a father. So, whoops. Actually, I can just do EDH at this point because the sets are old enough. Then tonight we are going to cover The Dark. And let's see here. First, we want to start off with color equal white. And because there's only 19 cards, or we'll say 20 cards in each color, we can get through the entire set tonight. I think that's fairly quick and easy to get through. And so we can probably get through the entire thing tonight. And if you're at all interested, I am slowly working on a spreadsheet. I haven't posted it on Google yet. I'm actually doing it currently in Excel, where I am going through each basically each video that I've done, each set that I've done, and said, okay, these are the cards I was looking at. Here's the short version of how I feel about that card, i.e., is it playable? If it is playable, where could somebody realistically try to play it? So, that being said, where do we want to start? Let's start off with this. Yeah, let's start off with a beverage. Okay. So, we start off with Miracle Worker. Miracle Worker honestly does not look that interesting until you realize one specific thing that I personally believe, which might actually make this better. And that is, if you're building a commander deck, you want ways to shut down cards that don't necessarily involve getting them off the board. What? So, one of the best cards for an effect like this is Kenra's transformation. Enchanted creature loses all abilities and becomes a 3/3 elk. Green elk, but an elk. What? What do you want that? So, shutting off abilities from when stuff comes into play or when stuff leaves play, that's relatively easy. But a lot of cards have their ability while it's, have some kind of static ability. And that can be anything from flying or trample to, and maybe I'm using the word static wrong in this context. But it's it's an always on ability, or it's an ability that triggers easily, or what have you. And what that means is that if you are looking at, let's say, you could shut down you could shut down Kenrith himself, the 5-color commander that everyone plays. I forget what his actual name is. Oh yeah, Kenrith the Returned King. Shutting off all activated abilities is easy. Shutting off abilities that trigger. And, whenever you attack with one or more creatures. Whenever a creature is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, or whenever a creature dies, whenever you cast a instant or sorcery spell, stuff like this. Never mind actual static abilities, like, trample and flying and menace and death touch and all that jazz. And there's a lot of abilities that you want to shut off. And again, shutting off activated abilities, that's pretty easy. Shutting off other abilities is a lot more difficult. And some commanders thrive on the fact that they've got a good a good ability of some sort. Let's just look at my first couple of decks. I'm not even going to go through all of them. I'm just going to go through a few of them. Okay. You have Kozilek the Great Distortion. Discard a card with mana value X, counter target spell with mana value X. That's a pretty strong ability. The fact that he's got menace is also really nice. The fact he's also, bigger than his mana value. He's a 12/12 for 10. Multi-balls. My mono white deck runs Yumiji, who bars the way, who incidentally has got probably about 7 or 8 cards. About 7 or 8 cards that he actually can get back. Whenever a legendary permanent other than himself, at least I think it's a him, I don't know, is put into a graveyard from play, return that card to its owner's hand. That's an ability you want to shut down. Citadel was not based around this. It just happened to be a decent playable commander. Whenever she deals combat damage to a player, search their library for an artifact card and exile it, then they shuffle, and until end of turn you may play that card. Squee, doesn't matter. Dosan the Falling Leaf. It's a control card. Okay, you don't show up there. Dosan the Falling Leaf. Players can play spells only during their own turns. There's a lot of times, incidentally, that I just don't cast that. I want people to be able to play Magic some point. So, depending on how the game goes, I don't always play that. Um, Tobias doesn't do anything, let's be honest. Uh, Etrada from my Yu-Gi-Oh deck. Can't be blocked. Whenever she deals combat damage to a player, exile target creature that player controls and put a hit counter on it. They lose the game if they own 3 or more cards exiled with hit counters on them. And then shuffle and try to back into your library. But because of the way the rules for Commander work, you can actually just throw it back in the command zone. You know, there's a lot of generals, and it only incidentally works out this way, that have an ability that you would want to shut down. So a card like Kenris Transformation, Imprison in the Moon, same idea. You know, turns a creature, land, or a permanent into a land that taps for colorless, and that's it. And once you start realizing that there are cards that do stuff like this, suddenly Miracle Workers starts going up in value. It's not a great card. There are other ways to make this work for you as well. You can find a ideally non-targeted way, like Insurrection, for example, or Reigns of Power, to give you control of the creature in question. Maybe if you have enough mana and you cast Evangelize enough times, you'll eventually get the creature, etc., etc. At which point, now it's a creature you control. And if there's an enchantment on it that is being, awkward, like diplomatic immunity, for example, you can get rid of that. Suddenly, cool, tap, enchantment goes to the bin now. Okay, now people can target your commander again. So, I'm not saying this is the optimal card for an effect like this, but it should at least be looked at. It should at least be under consideration, when you're putting decks together. It is a human cleric. The fact that it's a cleric might be relevant for some decks, like if you're playing Party, for example. You might want to look at this. Hilariously, if somebody does something crazy like Unstable Mutation, well, those minus counters will stay on the creature. So as soon as you gain control of their creature just long enough to get rid of the Unstable Mutation, there's a good chance that the creature they've got on is, suddenly dies. Because now it's got a bunch of -1/-1 counters and no +3/+3 to counteract it. Fire and Brimstone. Hard to make this work and hard to make this work well. However, if you do decide to do something like, a Darien King of Keldor deck, as I've mentioned in the past, where every time you're dealt damage, you make soldiers, it actually becomes a useful card. In fact, it's right here in section 5. 5 mana, 4 damage to... So let's pull up the Oracle text for a moment. To target player who attacked this turn, and 4 damage to you. So usually that's fine. I'll take 4, but you're also taking 4. Sometimes you target yourself with it. It's not gonna happen very often, but sometimes you're gonna target yourself with it. It is an instant. If you've got, Darien out with, I don't know, what's his name? Akroma's Memorial. Or something similar that can give all your guys haste. You can burn yourself for, you can target yourself with it. Suddenly drop 8 soldier tokens because it is damage that's dealt. Create 8 tokens and attack that turn with those 8 tokens. What? Yeah, that's a thing you can do. So, depending on the kind of deck that you're playing, Fire and Brimstone has its uses. Squire. Squire was bad by the time he got printed. Squire was so much of a meme when he got printed. And in fact, that's part of the reason he actually got selected when they finally figured out what cards they were going to put on the time shifted sheets. Because Mark Rosewater has written about this in the past. The original idea for the time shifted sheets was they were just going to be collectible cards. It's like some of you may have seen the 30th anniversary cards where like it's an entire set of cards that are not legal for tournament play. And as a result, they basically reprint the entire set of what's in Alpha Beta Unlimited. But since they're not legal for constructed play, they can print whatever they want. And the time shifted sheets, the original plan was they were similarly going to be not legal for tournament play. So they had great ideas. This would give them a way to reprint Black Lotus and Ancestral Recall and all sorts of cool and amazing other cards. And then it got decided at some point, and I don't remember the entire story, but at some point it got decided that they were going to be tournament legal. Well, that's suddenly a problem because they couldn't reprint Black Lotus because of the reserved list, and the policy on that basically says they're never going to reprint this list of cards in a in a basically mechanically identical form. I don't remember the exact wording, but it's like it can't have the same like small flavor differences notwithstanding, changing a creature type is not enough. The mana cost has to be sufficiently different. The size has to be sufficiently different. The ability has to be sufficiently different, etc. Something about it has to be sufficiently different that it's not considered the same card. For example, where am I here? I don't care. DRC works. Alright, fine. So, Soul Ring versus Soul Talisman. You take a look at these two cards. They they look pretty close to identical. You know, they both tap for colorless mana. This costs 1 mana. This costs 1 mana, but 3 extra turns. But that suspend is enough to make it no longer functionally an identical card. There's now enough difference that these two are not the same card. On the other hand, you compare these two. The only thing that's realistically different between these two is the name and the art. They are functionally identical. Even the creature types are exact. And if it was the name, the art, and the creature type was different, that still wouldn't be enough. It is a 1 mana, 1/1 creature that taps for green. If it's on the reserve list, it has to be able to. There has to be more difference between that and, Soul Ring and Soul Talisman. There has to be enough difference. Anyway, so they couldn't print stuff that was on the reserve list. So what did they hit upon? They hit upon the idea of what cards are there in Magic's past that people had stories about. What interesting cards in Magic's past did people have stories about? And Squire was one of those. Incidentally, if you go back to the video where I covered Unlimited, where, fair warning, it's an 8-hour long video. But if you go to the section where I'm talking about red cards, Hill Giant and Grey Ogre come up as cards to give a shorthand on what the creature is. A Grey Ogre is a 3-mana 2/2 with no relevant abilities. A Hill Giant is a 4-mana 3/3 with no relevant abilities. Doesn't mean it doesn't have any abilities. It's just they're not relevant. The creature has a come into play ability, and its come into play ability has already come and gone, or got cancelled by a torpor or similar effect, or whatever. If it's a 3-mana 2/2, or maybe it's got menace against somebody that's got no creatures. Okay, it's a 3-mana 2/2 with no abilities. It's a Grey Ogre. A morph commonly also gets looked at this way because to cast a morph, it's 3 mana cast it, and when it's face down, it's a 2/2 with no abilities. Squire is also one of these cards. It's a 2-mana 1/2. And so it commonly gets placed in this interesting what's the word I'm looking for? This interesting shortcut term. And some Squires are really strong cards. You get Stoneforge Mystic. Sitting here trying to remember the name of the card. Stoneforge Mystic. because it's a squire, you know, you have one white, one other for 1/2. You look at Stoneforge Mystic. It's one white, one other for 1/2. But it has a come play ability, and it has a strong come into play ability, and a strong activated ability. So the only reason to really play this is if you're really looking for weak underpowered cards. And realistically, who's going to be looking for weak underpowered cards? You can easily get a 2/2 for this. In fact, let's do a quick search. Mana value equal to mana 1, power equal 1, toughness. Actually, no. Power greater than 1, toughness equal 2, or power equal 1, toughness greater than 2. Whoops. And color equal white, and yeah, let's just go there. I think that's right. Holy cow. And how many of them are common? 114 of them are common. Sort by power descending. Alright, so that's a vehicle. You've got a bunch of 2/2s. And keep in mind, these are all commons with the exact same mana cost. They all cost one white and one other. Heir Apparent, probably the quite possibly the strongest of all of them. Let's just take a quick scan, see if I find any that's actually bigger than a 2/2. Because here's the thing, 2/2 for 2 is real easy. Nope. But then suddenly we go to a 1/4. You want Squire? No, you want Ageless Guardian. Never mind what all the rest of these, you can get a 1/3 flyer. In fact, what can you actually get as a 1/2? Oh, I ruled out anything that was Squire. I want anything. 114 commons that one way or another are better than Squire. They're at least a 2/2 or a 1/3. You know. So, yeah. And Squire was one of those cards that people talked about a lot when it came out. It was already... Now, people were not comparing it in reference to its... in reference to its rarity. But by that point, we already had, King Solomon, which I've already talked about in a previous video. And if somebody's playing tribal, you want this if you can afford it. Mesa Pegasus, which is you lose a point of toughness, but you gain flying and banding, both of which are actually really good. Repentant Blacksmith, which when it went to Chronicles got downshifted to a common from rare. It's a squire with protection from red. And Samite Healer. And what about in 1994? You then got Osai Vultures, which was also a common, which, lose a point of toughness, but give it flying. Does it get one? No, it only gets one. And every turn a creature has died, if at least one creature has died, this gets a counter. And you can sack the counters to, pump it till end of turn. It's not great, but I would say this is better than Squire, especially because it's got flying. Banning and First Strike. This is in the dark. We will get to that. And Wall of Caltrops, which is a 2/1 wall. This can gain banding. If at least when this blocks a creature, if at least one other wall creature is blocking that creature and no non-wall block. Okay. So, in other words, if the creature this is blocking is only being blocked by walls, Wall of Caltrops gains banding till end of turn. And because it's a 2/1 for 2, most other walls are going to have high toughness. So this is going to deal the power, and the other walls are going to absorb the damage. So yeah, Squire was a bad card by the time it even got printed. And yeah, was one of those cards that made Time Spiral what it was because the time shifted sheets had so many cards that had people make interesting stories. Some of them were good and powerful, some of them were weak, some of them were fine, and some of them were Squire. You had cards like Twisted Abomination, which, you had Swamp Cycling, which wasn't really a thing that people that, it wasn't done very often. Nowadays, we see it a lot more. You had Dragonstorm, which spawned an entire deck that wasn't like people tried brewing with Dragonstorm before. It was hard. And that standard, it was actually playable. Cockatrice, we talked about when I did Unlimited. As a great flyer, as a great green flyer that could kill anything. A lot of these cards involved stories that, Serrated Arrows, one of the few cards from Homeland, or not, yeah, from Homelands that actually saw legitimate competitive play. Still occasionally gets played in Pauper. And Squire fell into that. Playable? No. Cute from a storyline reason? Sure. Fasting. So, 1 white mana. If you ever draw a card while fasting is in play, you sack it. If you would draw from your draws, if you can skip your draw step to gain 2 life. You can do this up to 5. You've got 5 turns to have this in play. So one of the things that goes through my head is you could combine this with the weird the white words card. Words of, I don't think it's wisdom. Words of, let's go words of war. It's in that set. Onslaught, name, words, ID equal white. Words of worship. There it is. The next time you would draw a card this turn, you gain 5 life instead. If you're looking for a way to so you never have to worry about drawing cards from fasting, and then if you've got a way to eat the counters, you could just keep this around forever. This gives you a way to never deck out. Between this and Words of Worship, you could actually find a mono white way to stop yourself from decking out. Although, to be fair, you only need Words of Worship for that. Yeah, no, come to think of it. No. But fasting is like, that's the early version that gives you a way to, this will give you more time to get to Words of Worship. So this is like, if you really need more effects like Words of Worship, fasting might be a consideration. Now, I have a deck that's commons only. That's based around dropping a bunch of creatures into play. I.e., I spend at least 1 card, I get at least 2 bodies out of it. And then I've got some pump spells. Whoops, wrong one. Morale is one of those. I'm going to slide this over here for the time being. Morale is one of those cards that was under consideration for this slot. But I found that it was relatively easy to get, for 3 mana, get at least +2+, get at least +2/+1 till end of turn. I have, for only giving +1/+1, Charismatic Vanguard is an activated ability. Inspiring Roar is a +1 counter. This has got, Ramosian Rally's got an alternate cost. Silver Flame Ritual is going to be +1 counter, as, just like the Inspiring Roar, and potentially give Vigilance. Steadfast Unicorn is an activated ability. And Worded Battlements is +1/+0, that's just a stack ability. So if I was going to go down to +1/+1, Morale would especially because it's an instant, would probably be under consideration. But now I've got, Guardian's Pledge is like the hallmark of what I'm looking for. I've got Guardian's Pledge, and I've got, as a +2/+2, Righteous Charge is +2/+2 as a sorcery. you know, this is a sorcery. This is like I've got there's enough instants and sorceries that can get me +2 power. And if I'm attacking, you want plus if you can get +2 power, get your +2 power. Even if it's +2/+0, that because you're also playing white, that +2 power is going to be more important than the extra point of toughness. So this was under consideration, but for the deck that I was building, I eventually cut out. However, if I wanted something for a combat trick, if I was not willing to take sorceries, so Ethereal Guidance gets rolled out. Inspiring Roar. I mean, I might keep Inspiring Roar and Silver Flame Ritual because they're counters. Kick out Kythion's Tactics. Kick out Righteous Charge. You know, if I kick out those 3 or 4 cards and just go instants, then I just might be looking at playing Morale. Because it was hard to find +2/+2. You know, +2/ whatever at 3 mana. That being said, take another look at morale. Attacking creatures get. You control, 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 you control. Morale has the benefit that you can target somebody else's creatures. You can go, oh, you're attacking for like 15. I'm going to give all your creatures +1/+1. You're now attacking for like 23. Sorry, what were you at? Did I just give him lethal against you? Did I do that? So if you want it in there as a political card, great. Holy Light actually sees occasional pauper play because it's a way to shrink your opponent's creatures. It's going to be in the sideboard. It's going to be a way to shrink your opponent's creatures and not have to worry about killing your own. Non-white creatures get -1/-1 till end of turn for 3 mana. Sometimes that's enough. So, like for example, if the metagame you're expecting is, you know, somebody's playing elves, that just wipes the board of like 98% of them. And they have to rebuild. Holy Light, if I'm expecting people to be playing with tokens and not playing white, so if they're playing goblins, if they're playing elves is known for that, sapperlings, squirrels. Oh my dog, so many squirrels. This is one of those cards that, you know, as soon as what's his name? As soon as Chitterfang came out, I'm sure a lot of people started, as soon as they realized Holy Light was a thing, started snatching it up. Yeah. This is one of those cards that should be somewhere in like your, you know, in your 200 cards that you want for your deck. You know, this should be in there. You know, if you're the kind of person that shows up at a table with like, you know, here's 90 cards for my deck, and then here's another, you know, another 90 cards that I've got off to the side, and I pick 10 of these. If you're that kind of person, you want Holy Light. If you're playing white, you want Holy Light in there. Martyr's Cry. Martyr's Cry is hilarious. 2 white sorcery. Exile all white creatures. For each card exiled this way, its controller draws a card. So, if I went back to the plot of this mono white deck and I built it around not commons, but I built it around not creatures, i.e., I'm playing Call the Cavalry, but I'm not playing Attended Knight because this is a sorcery, this is not a creature. You see the difference? Or, I'm willing to play, Omen of this, like, everything in these top 2 rows. Attended Knight, no. Gallant Cavalry, no. Valorous Steed, no. Everything else, yes. And I build that way. What Martyr's Cry does is suddenly go for 2 white. Fine. All my creatures are going pop. But I've got like 12 tokens in place, so I'm going to draw 12 cards now. So normally, what one would have expected was this would get rid of a bunch of, angels and soldiers and knights and whatever else. This is, this would have been seen as like a sideboard card or whatever. But if you build the kind of deck that I'm talking about, this is suddenly 2 blue, draw a bunch of cards. In fact, when I came up with my mono white, the multi-balls combo deck, this comes into play, makes 2 creatures. This comes into play, makes 3 creatures. Using infinite mana. Whenever a creature token leaves the battlefield, put a +1 counter on it. That's hilarious. Remove counters for... Oh, yeah. This was to combine with... Oh, what were you to combine with? Remove... Oh, yeah. Using infinite mana, that's all. So, I have a token leave for whatever reason. Let's say I sack one to Mirror Battlesphere. Then this gets a counter on it. I pay 3. Right, I combine this with Ashnod's Altar or something like that. Then a creature token leaves the battlefield. I get another counter. Yeah. Twilight Drover can get as big as I want it to get. I can make as many tokens as I want. And I can generate a lot of mana with that. That's what that one was from. Okay. Yeah, so I can generate a bunch of tokens with that. There's to be honest, there's only a handful of cards in here that will actually, or Mirel, Shield of Archive, when she attacks, make it. Oh no, the tokens are colorless. That's sad. Oh yeah. Bishop of Wings in combination with Masquerade Nexus. In combination with like a sack outlet. You're just going to sit there and create a bunch of life, make a bunch of tokens, or Divine Visitation. You don't even need Masquerade Nexus. Because Bishop of Wings plus Divine Visitation, they're all going to be, the spirits suddenly become angels. So these two plus a sack outlet also works. There's, oh yeah, and then Castle Ardenvale. Actually, if you turn around and just use something like Castle Ardenvale for your token generation, that or killed oh shoot, what are you called? Kildorn Outpost, I think it was. Yeah, Kildorn Outpost. Yeah. You just sit there and you play some kind of like control game and make a bunch of tokens with Castle Ardenvale and Kildorn Outposts and stuff like that. And at some point, okay, well, I've attacked for 37 with them. Now I'll sack them all. Okay, now I'll draw a bunch. What? Yeah. You could draw a bunch of cards with this if you build your deck to use it. Exorcist. Yes. Is going to be really, really good. Restricted on what it can kill, but it's going to be really, really good because it can kill a lot of things. Destroy target black creature. How many creatures are there in black that are actually really, really strong? Know what? Let's do a thing. Does that work? Yes. Okay. Okay. Then EDH rank. Auto. So, 3,400 cards that are at least black. All this stuff here on the first page is all stuff you should expect to see somewhere. And all that stuff, you know, there's 3,400, there's almost 3,500 creatures that are playable in Commander that are at least black. And at least 60 of them, easily, are cards that should be like, okay, yep, I know what that's going to do. Yep, I know what that's going to do. Yep, I know what that's going to do. And the Exorcist just turns around and says, go away. And then if you're, because you're playing white, if you've got, damn it, why can I not remember the name of it? If you've got Rest in Peace or a similar effect, it's as good as Exiled. Yeah. Tividar's Crusade. Would not complain about somebody playing this. 3 mana, destroy all goblins. Again, anything that calls out a specific creature type. If you're calling out a specific creature type, you not only have to worry about that one particular deck, you also have to worry about people playing. So there's people playing cards that are that type because that's what it is. You know, that's the deck it is. You're playing goblins. Okay. you should expect somebody to go after that deck. Um, One moment, please. Oh, nice. Sorry, my LGS just posted a message saying that on Fridays and Saturdays they're expanding their hours. Nice. um, I was not gonna look at it, and then I saw something about expand. Okay, that's anyway. Um, you get so you're playing goblins. You've got Krenko as your commander. Yada yada yada. Okay, fine. You've got the decks that are going to take splash damage from that. And one example I have of that is my Riku of Two Reflections deck. Why do I have to worry about Riku of Two Reflections? Because I run Kiki Jiki, the Mirror Breaker, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, who is a goblin on the other side. Uh, Krenko Mob Boss, who is a goblin. you know, um, Mog Bombers. Okay, I'm not as worried about that, but that's basically in there just to like, if I suddenly go, hey, by the way, make a bunch of copies of it. Well, then, here, take a whole bunch of damage. Um, so there's already 4 or 5, plus anything that might happen to have like Changeling that's in here. So Riku's going to take some splash damage, but it's going to be some relevant splash damage. Then you get the people that like to play, as I like to keep bringing up, if you're playing with cards that care about a specific creature type, you're going to have splash damage against decks that have many cards that have many creature types. Or all creature types. So, if you're at say, a Grand Prix or whatever, and you're going up against Tomer from MTG Goldfish, and you're packing Tividar's Crusade, depending on what deck he decided to dig out for that game, you might just have a one-sided board wipe against him. Because he is the kind of person that will occasionally play tribal. And a card like Mask with Nexus is the glue that holds the entire deck together. Well, once he's got Mask with Nexus in play, a Tividar's Crusade is a one-sided Wrath of God. So again, anytime something refers to a specific creature type, keep in mind that people like playing a lot of cards that have all creature types. Knights of Thorn. Knights of Thorn is probably fine. It's one of those cards that you would play occasionally. So I'm probably looking at this, let's be honest, I'm probably looking at this for Night Tribal. It has banding and pro red. Out of the colors that you can get protection from, out of out of the cards that are white that can give, you know, that give your creatures or whatever protection from, or it's a protection from a color. Black is number one on the list. Red is a pretty far number two. It's like, think about it this way. If you think about colors that are known for drawing cards, blue was number one. Black is number two, but it's not blue is here and black is here. It's no. Blue is here and black is like down here. And then depending on how you do it, it's either going to be green or red, and they're going to be down here. You notice that it's fallen off the screen here. That's like protection, you're going to get protection from black up here on white cards, and then protection from red is going to be down here, and then probably protection from, I would guess protection from white, believe it or not, here, and then green and blue somewhere below that. I'd have to look up the actual stats, but Knights of Thorn, I think if you're considering playing with banding, and you're playing Knight Tribal, especially, like Knights of Thorn is actually a pretty decent package. This feels like a more defensive card, but especially if you just, like, this is going to take 0, for example, from Blasphemous Act, for example, which is hilarious. This is like playing Pestilence and then running White Knight. You have those two cards in play together, and the Pestilence is always going to stay around because it's always going to live through, the White Knight's always going to live through Pestilence. Anyway, yeah, this is one of those kind of situations. I would be perfectly fine playing this. I'd have to find the right style of deck to play it in. But I think it's a perfectly serviceable deck or a perfectly serviceable card because it will live through a lot. Witch Hunter. Witch Hunter? This Hunter. Oh. Did I actually put you in my mono white burn deck or no? I don't remember. I know I was considering it. I know I was considering it because it actually... No, I don't think I did. I'm sad. That was part of the incentive? No, not incentive. But that was part of the reason I wanted to try and figure out how to build mono white burn. Was because, Witch Hunter. Tap 1 damage target player or planeswalker. And then, pay 3 mana and tap, return target creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. Actually, maybe I should put this into mono, or not mono, into non-blue control. By the way, I think the only reason a lot of these cards say player or planeswalker is because when planeswalkers came out, you had the damage redirection rule, which means you never threw lightning bolt directly at your opponent's planeswalker. Although the way it was verbally communicated was, I lightning bolt your planeswalker. You lightning bolt your opponent, and then on resolution of the spell, so while the spell is resolving, you say, by the way, I'm redirecting it to your planeswalker. The rules eventually changed so that you could target a player's planeswalker directly. Battles, on the other hand, never had that ability because the damage redirection rule for planeswalkers has been gone for a number of years already. Maybe 10 years by now? And so it wasn't a thing that we ever had to contend with. Like if battles had come out while the redirection rule was still in effect, I think there's a chance that that Witch Hunter and similar cards would have said player, planeswalker, or battle. But because the damage redirection rule has been gone for so long, and you're now just throwing the burn directly at your planeswalker, I think that's the only reason Witch Hunter and similar effects allow you to target a planeswalker. Hilariously, its last printing was the last set before planeswalkers existed. Or the last block, I should say. Well, back when blocks were still a thing. The year before the existence of planeswalkers. We'll put it that way. Anyway. Yeah. Can take out, can ping players, can ping planeswalkers, even though it's on the Oracle text and not on the card because of old rulings. And can bounce the opponent's creatures. This should see more play. Angry Mob. On your turn, so this is a 2/2 trampler on anybody else's turn. On your turn, it's as big as you want. It's as big as the number of swamps your opponents plural control. And in fact, this is one of the few cards that I can think of from Magic's ancient history where the number of swamps all opponents control. This one specifically calls out the fact that you can be playing against more than one person. This is a bit of a rarity amongst older cards. I should say amongst ancient cards. Cards from before, let's say, Ice Age. Specifically before Ice Age. Probably even before 5th edition, I think. Where it specifically calls out the possibility that you could be playing against more than, it could be more than just 1v1. And so this turns around, and on your opponent's turn, it's a 2/2. But when you attack, somebody's got Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth out. Well, if everyone's got, say, 3 lands out, because, let's say you play this out with Sol Ring. 3 lands, 3 lands, 3 lands, and 3 lands. You don't count yourself because you're not one of your opponents. So but somebody's got their board out, and it could be you, and it could be somebody else. 3, 6, 9. You're attacking with it as a 9/9 trample for 4 mana. I hear that is what they call in the business kind of decent. Again, it's only a 2/2/1, on their turns. But you're dealing with an angry mob. Actually, just for hilarity's sake. 9, 11, 13, 15. So if one of your opponents has got an extra land, maybe they're playing green. Okay, 16. That means that on average, it's a 4/4 trample. That is pretty good for 4 mana, and they only get bigger in attacking as the game goes on. That being said, when you're looking at, other players' turns, they only have to contend with it as a 2/2. But it gets really big really fast when it's attacking. And again, creature type human. Not human soldier, human warrior, or human. Not even like human, like peasant or commoner or whatever the word is they use for those. Citizen. No, just human. So again, if you're building a deck where everything's got like a single creature type, maybe. Festival. Creatures can't attack this turn. You want to throw this on Isochron Scepter. This is one of those situations where it's like, Isochron Scepter, Festival. Cast the spell only during an opponent's upkeep. Creatures can't attack this turn. It's not they can't attack you. They can't attack. Yeah, that's kind of disturbing. However, I mean, again, this is one of those cards where I would not be adverse. And keep in mind, when I say I wouldn't be adverse to it, it's not, go ahead, play that cute little card. It's fine. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? No. This is one of those, oh, you're playing that? Nice. One of those joyful, gleeful, like, oh my god, people actually play this card? I'm so excited, I'm so excited. Yeah, one of them. Yeah, you throw this on an Isochron Scepter or something of that nature, and it's like, yeah, you can completely, you can completely muck over somebody's ability to attack. They can have us make. This is like Moat Junior. I think it's a fine card. Pikeman. All the talk we've had about banding. Then you add on the fact that it's also got first strike. So, first of all, it's just going to out and out kill anything that's an X1. Heaven forbid that you give it Death Touch in any way, shape, or form. Because first strike and Death Touch is a brutal combination. Then you tack on banding. If the creature survives the first strike damage, the fact that it's got banding suddenly means, because it's only got one toughness, whatever's coming through is probably getting absorbed by whatever is banded with it. So you band this with, like, um, I like using Indomitable Ancients because it's a hilarious. Indomitable Ancients, which is just a 2/10 for 4 mana. Back in the day, I saw this as like moat because, 2 white, 2 other. Nobody's going to try and attack into it. Moat basically says 2 white, 2 other enchantment creatures without flying can attack. Who's going to attack into a 2/10? It's actually big enough to a lot of people that unless you've got like more than 4 creatures on it, you're not going to attack. It's just not worth it. Well, if you have pikemen banded with it, whether you're attacking or defending, all the excess damage is just going to go over to the Indomitable Ancients. So yeah, there's a bunch of ways to make this card good. Brainwash. If you're really specifically looking for pacifism effects, play pacifism. You don't need Brainwash Edition. However, if you're looking for taxing effects, something to tack on to Ghostly Prison and its ilk. Now maybe that might give you a reason to actually play Brainwash. Cleansing. So, this is an Armageddon that people have a way out of. And again, for those that aren't familiar with it, Armageddon is just this. 1 white, 3 other. So 4 mana. Destroy all lands. Cleansing is 1 mana cheaper, but it's triple white. For each, and people can choose. For each land they control. Do they want it to get blown up, or do they want to pay life? Now you're playing Commander, chances are this is actually just going to do a bunch of damage. And sure, you might have some lands hit the bin. But realistically, here's a good... Actually, this should have gone in my mono-white burn... No, this didn't go in my mono-white burn deck because I was trying to deal damage, not life loss. Which is the only reason, because I went with Darien King of Kyodor, which is the big reason I went that route. If I was not building in that style and just wanted to reduce life totals, period, yeah, cleansing would have made it in. Because I've got 6 lands in play, I'll take 6 damage, I start at 40 life, yeah, whatever. Okay. If that happens with like 4 players, I've just done 24 damage for triple white. So, if you're building some kind of burn deck, you might want to look at cleansing. It is one of those cards people don't even realize is a thing. Yeah. Preacher. Preachers are the, I keep saying, but the a lot of the ancient sets had some really, really amazing cards. Preacher, 2 white, 1 other for 1/1. You can choose not to untap it. Tap it to steal one of your opponent's creatures, but they get to choose which creature you steal. They are the one that makes the targeting choice when you activate the ability. When you activate the ability, you choose an opponent, then that opponent chooses the target. Yeah. And you take control of the creature still has to be a legal target, so they have to choose a legal target. And they can choose any creature, and then you gain control of it until the creature becomes untapped. Or until the creature leaves play, or, whatever else. Love this card. I've more than once considered building a I don't know if I could do it in Commander, but definitely a 60 card deck of cards that let me take my opponent's creatures. There's Preacher, there's Evangelize, there's there's Jabari's Influence. Gain control of target non-artifact, non-black creature that attacked you this turn, and put a -1/-0 counter on it. Mine? There's a few cards out there that are in white. Oh yeah, Debt of Loyalty is the other one. Regenerate target creature. You gain control of that creature if it regenerates this way. When this card was printed, regenerated a creature, damage would be assigned and, resolve. But after that happened, there was a step where then you could do damage prevention and regeneration. Since 6th edition changed the rules to make regeneration a preemptive thing. Abilities like Debt of Loyalty, now it has to regenerate, whereas back in the day, you could only regenerate if it was going to die. So yeah, you make a deck that's got like 4 of each of these, and you just keep, and have a bunch of mana, and just keep stealing your opponent's stuff. Dust to Dust really needs no introduction. Exile 2 target artifacts, sees play in Pauper, and it's really strong. And if you take a look, it's good enough in Pauper. If you assume 1 ticket is worth approximately $1 US, this on Magic Online is worth about $8 each. The paper printing is worth less than 6 it's worth about $5.50. This is worth about a third more on Magic Online. Exile 2 target artifacts. Really, that thing is strong enough in Pauper, because in Pauper you also see the bridges getting a lot of play. The artifact lands from, what was it? Modern Masters 2, I think it was. Oh. like these guys. Oh, these are artifact lands that say indestructible. Exile them. You, if you want stuff that can exile artifacts, including artifact lands, in your, in your deck, you should be looking at Dust to Dust, and they don't have to be controlled by the same person. You can target, this. I'm going to target your Soul Ring, and I'm going to target your Gilded Lotus. Okay. I'm going to target your Blightsteel Colossus, and your Mycosynth Lattice. Okay. Just get rid of stuff. And then Blood of the Martyr. Oh my god. Blood of the Martyr. 3 white, instant. Till end of turn, if damage will be dealt to any creature, you may have that damage dealt to you instead. There's ways to make this thing broken. You have, let's say, Guilty Conscience out. Actually, not Guilty Conscience. Pariah? Yeah. All damage should be dealt to you is dealt to enchanted creature instead. Until end of turn, if damage should be dealt to you any creature, you may have that damage dealt to you instead. So, I have Pariah on. Let's just be silly. Phyrexian Vindicator. If damage should be dealt to this creature, prevent that damage. When damage is prevent, this way it deals that much damage to any other target. So, I have Pariah on Phyrexian Vindicator. Any damage that I would take gets shunted down to the Vindicator, and then the Vindicator can take that damage and shoot that elsewhere. Okay. Blood of the Martyr. Until end of turn, if damage should be dealt to any creature, you may have that damage dealt to you instead. So, you have Blood of the Martyr in your hand. Somebody casts, I don't know, Star of Extinction. Destroy target land, 20 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. Well, the planeswalkers are going to die regardless. The land is going to die regardless. 20 damage to each creature. I'm going to take all that damage onto myself instead. Ha! Tricked you. It's going to my Vindicator, which is going to shoot it back at you. Okay, so all planeswalkers are gone. The land is gone. The creatures live. You die. Yeah, it's a cute little combo. There are ways to make that. You could use it relatively benignly as well. You can... If damage should be dealt to any creature, you may have that damage dealt to you instead. You have... I believe you have to take all from a single source. Like, all that be dealt by and to a single source. But I think if multiple sources are being handled, you can split it up. So, combat damage. If damage should be dealt to any creature, I believe if I attack, if player A attacks with a 5/5 into player C, who's blocking with a 4/4, the person who plays Blood of the Martyr can take the 5 damage that would be dealt here and absorb it onto themselves. So you can play it, like I said, you can play it relatively benignly. Or you can do some mean, cruel, and viscous, combo type shenanigans. Let's go to blue. Electric Eel. 1 blue for 1 fish. Comes into play, deals 1 damage to you. Pay 2 red, give it +2/+0 till end of turn, and 1 damage to you. If you're building some kind of aggressive aquatic deck, this might be worth considering. Basically, every red you pump into it is, you're basically doing fire breathing plus half a point of damage to yourself. You're going to need a lot of red mana to make this worth playing. There's ways to make that work. You could play with Blood Moon effects. We'll get to that later. This could be a heavily red with some blue in it. This really wants to be at least... This is really going to want some kind of lifelink effect or something similar. Partly to mitigate the damage. Red and blue don't really gain much life though. It doesn't mean it's impossible. I've proven before. I don't have you on here. Why do I not have you on here? Oh, yes, I do. It's here. I have an Is It Life Gain deck. That's literally nothing but commons. These are angels. These 3 here, the one that's not the Paragon, are also gods. That's relevant elsewhere. Almost every card that I could had something to do with gaining life. This searches land and gives life. This comes into play, gains life. This you can sack for life, or also draws cards. This you can sack to draw a card, comes into play, gain life. This, when you sack it, if you control an angel, i.e. one of these 4, you gain life. Target creature can't be blocked this turn if it's a vampire, like, these 3 colored cards. It also gains lifelink till end of turn. These are bodies that usually when they come into play or when they die, you gain life. Some kind of recursion ability. Getting spells back or shuffling cards back into your deck, etc., etc. Removal. I can't do everything with gaining life, but I had to do what I could. Whenever a quick creature is put in a graveyard, you gain 3 life. Comes into play, you gain 3 life. Turn lands into a basic land type of your choice. Need additional card draw. Bodies are just good. Alter the Pantheon. When you tap it for mana, if you control a god or a demigod, or legendary enchantment, which I think I... Go away. I think I did that, didn't I? Oh, wait. You're not listed there. Oh, yeah. Candlekeep Sage. It's a legendary enchantment. It's a background. So I've got 4 cards that count towards that. 1 is in the command zone. I gain life. Taps for mana. This I can tap and sack for 3 mana, 3 life and draw a card. This I can tap for mana and gain life. 8 lands that do something about gaining life. Yeah, it was hard to build. It wasn't easy, but it was doable. So, red blue, you can gain life. It's not going to be an easy deck, but you could do it. I think this one's going to be really hard to make work. Tango Kelp basically means enchant creature can only attack every other turn. First of all, when the aura comes into play, you tap the enchant creature. And then it doesn't untap if it attacked the previous turn. So Tango Kelp is going to slow things down like every other turn. That thing is going to be really good. This thing, as long as an opponent controls an island, it gets +0/+1. So it's a 1/2 for 1 mana. There's no way to make that stronger by itself. Compare this, which is a 1/2 for 1, with 2 semi-relevant creature types and unblockable at common. The only reason I can see for playing this is if you're playing Worm Tribal. Worm spelt with a U. Deep Water. I should probably consider throwing this into my... Oh. Nope, never mind. Oh? I was going to say I should consider throwing this into my mono blue ramp deck. And then I realized, no, it doesn't do what I was thinking of. But now I'm realizing, wait a sec. Where's mono blue? I think it's downstairs. Well, crap. This one. Because it's if I would tap a land for mana. So fast forward down to my lands. So that would make, so I pay a blue once. This, and this all would natively tap for blue. This would tap for blue. This would tap for blue. Instead of any other type. But not the amount. The amount of mana. Nice. Wow. Temple of the False God would suddenly tap for double blue. That's adorable. This, and this would all tap for blue. This would then tap for blue. Ha! 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That would affect 11 cards in my deck, which is not nothing. 1 out of every 9 cards. I already play cards like that as my general for some decks. I think Deep Water, I might actually consider throwing Deep Water into my mono blue ramp deck. Just because for, a 2-mana enchantment, which doesn't look like it does anything, pay a blue, my lands all now produce blue mana instead of colorless. Or green. That's funny. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, if you have enough colorless sources, this allows them to tap for colored mana. Okay, I have a reason for playing it. Drowned. This is so. What was said before? Hello, SO. Yeah, we got onto the dark tonight, and I'm gonna try and get them all fairly quickly, and I'm gonna go back to doing the entire set tonight because it's a relatively small set. It's 100-ish or something. 122 cards. 119? What is it? Oh yeah, the other three are variants. Slightly different printing. So, if you're looking for a regenerating creature and you're playing zombies in at least blue black, it's a fine early creature. You can probably find better later game creatures, but if you want something quick and easy early, Drowned is perfectly fine. I think there's another card that does the exact same thing. Um, let's see here. Mana value equal to mana equal 1, which means it costs 2 mana cast, but it has the number 1 in its mana cost. Regenerate. Color equal blue. ID equal Demir. No? Am I misremembering this? Oh, mana cost is equal to 1. Oh, I've been typing that wrong. Mana colon 1. That's what it has. Yeah, Metathran Zombie. That was the other one. And that is literally the same thing, except it also has Metathran is a creature type. Metathran Zombie. Creature. Metathran Zombie. Yeah, it's literally the same thing as this, except it's got an additional creature type. Um, Merfolk Assassin. Hard to make work? Yeah, for Drowned, yeah. On the actual physical card for Metathran Zombie, yes. But the Oracle text now says it also has the creature type Metathran, which now I gotta look up. Yeah, there are 8 cards that have the Metathran type now, which Metathran Zombie is creature type Metathran Zombie. Metathran Soldier is type Metathran Soldier. Stormscape Battle Mage, I don't know why they changed it. Even the list version. Oh yeah, the list is just the exact same card, just with a Planeswalker symbol. But they made this a Metathran Wizard, and I don't know why. I think maybe they felt they needed to have their own ratio type or something, or whatever you want to call it. Metathran Transport, creature type Metathran. Weird. We will. I may cover up to invasion. I haven't decided. I know I want to do the really old stuff. Living airship. I mean, realistically, if Metathrin transport is, um, if Metathrin transport, if these are the same people doing that, and yeah, kind of makes sense. Sky. Oh, Metathrin. Yeah, yeah. Oh, they were their own race. They were their own race. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Anyway, um, where was I? Oh yeah, Merfolk Assassin. It's hard to make this one work. However, when this artifact leaves the battlefield this turn. Oh, that's funny. Oh no! I was gonna say I was gonna get back to that, but there's a way to make it work. War Barge. You activate War Barge, gives something Island Walk till end of turn, then use the Merfolk Assassin, which creature type Merfolk Assassin, to assassinate the creature that you just gave Island Walk. We'll get back to the rest of it when we get to artifacts. Psychic Allergy. An upkeep cost of sacrificing 2 islands. That is going to be really hard to keep fed in a mono if you're playing mono blue, which I would do. It deals X damage to that player where X is the number of non-token, so the number of cards of the chosen color. Yeah, for each card of this color he or she controls. Okay. Do I have a way? I have ways of fetching extra lands. Do I have ways of playing extra lands? uh, I can get lands from my graveyard. I don't think. No. I can get extra lands out of my deck, but I still am restricted to a single land drop a turn. Okay. So, I mean, you could use this as a one-shot burn spell. Just once around the table, name, green, let's say. And whoever's got however many green permanents in play on their upkeep, they're taking that much damage. It'd still be like 5 or 10 damage for 5 mana, which isn't bad if you look at it from that direction. Would be hard to make it work well, but there are ways to make it work. Erosion, not worth playing. I originally thought of this as, bad blue land destruction, but this isn't even bad blue land destruction, because the person that controls the land that's being targeted with this has 3 distinct options. They can either let the land go, or they can pay 1, which basically means keep the land tapped most of the time, or they can pay a life. When I was young and new to the game, I thought this was actually a decent card. I thought it's like, it's a bad Stone Rain, but it's still fine, right? No. No, it's not. It is not a good card. There's a common adage that you should never give your opponent options if you can, if you can manage, don't give your opponent options. This is giving your opponent multiple options. Just don't play erosion. Actually, I there is one time I can think of that I would allow erosion. You throw it on your own land. You're willing to absorb the one life every turn. And you have it for devotion to blue. That's about it. Sunken City. This is like Crusade slash Glorious Anthem slash Gaia's Anthem slash etc. 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 It affects all players, so it's probably better compared to Bad Moon, I think. Yeah. Or, let's go back to the. You're not going to do this. Fine. Let's go back to the original art. This is where I remember it. Because I see a Bad Moon Rising. Black creatures get +1/+1. Sunken City. Blue creatures get +1/+1. Same thing. Same mana value. Double blue instead of black +1. Upkeep cost of double blue. However, this was a rare. This is a common. Which makes this a lot easier to get your hands on, even though Bad Moon's been printed a bunch more. But there are decks that can make use of this, and any deck that's got sufficient blue in it that I'm building that has that's just commons. For example, this is my mono blue, take me down Cantrip City, i.e. I draw all the cards. Oh, it says draw a card, I'm probably playing it. I've got like almost a dozen cards to pump my creatures. And there's Sunken City right there. Because +1/+1 to all your creatures. That's kind of a lot. I've got, here's 23 cards that are there to be creatures. 1, 2, there's 3 more. There's 2 more. So 23, so that brings me up to 28. Okay, and then the rest. So that's 28 creatures that are going to be affected by Sunken City. Yeah, I think it's probably worth playing in a deck like that. So, yeah, you're playing enough. If you're playing enough blue creatures or stuff that creates blue creatures, Mascot Exhibition. Okay. That 4/4 token would become a 5/5. It's not nothing. It's not amazing, but it's not nothing. Although for my mono green deck, for mono green burn, Mascot Exhibition is in there because one of the cards wants you to have red or white creatures, and this creates three tokens that are all red and or white. But is it? Let's see if I can remember this right. Homrid Spawning Bed. Sack a blue creature, create. Yeah. So creatures are, because it's based on the mana value. creatures are commonly more expensive than their size. So you sack an expensive creature, you get a bunch of 1/1s, and then Sunken City turns around and turns them all into 2/2s. So if you spend, say, 8 mana on a 6/6, the 6/6 part doesn't matter. You're sacking an 8 mana creature, getting 8 1/1s, which Sunken City that just turns around and makes them all 2/2s. So Homered Spawning Bed combos really well with Sunken City. Riptide, tap out blue creatures, rarely going to be relevant. In like in Pauper, I could see this thing play. Thrown in a sideboard somewhere. If you're dealing with a deck that's got Tolarian Terror and Gear Seeker Serpent or whatever it's called, and what the other thing that's like Tolarian Terror. Um, they're just playing big, cheap, fat, you know, creatures that they can get out fast. Because Tolarian Terror, I think you can probably not unrealistically get out on like turn 4, and that's like a 5/5 or a 6/6 or something like that. Uh... Yes, so yes, there is. If you really want to be silly, yes, there is. And yes, we like being silly. I cannot remember the name of the other card that's like Tolarian Terror that sees play. Uh, Power greater than 4. Toughness greater than 4. ID equal U. Um. Is it Cryptic Serpent I'm thinking of? Might be Cryptic Serpent I'm thinking of. Yeah. You know, both of those that can be cast probably by turn 4, maybe even by turn 3. Um, yeah. You might want to consider Riptide in your sideboard. For Commander, I probably wouldn't play it. Um, Blue rarely brings enough in terms of actual creatures to the table that are worth playing. And the ones that does have aren't being played because they're blue. The blue is just like a random side effect. Kind of like Zer the Enchanter. Sad band Gitaxian probe noises. Yeah. I mean, Leviathan. So, the biggest creature in the game before this. Um, okay. So, for Alpha Beta Unlimited, the biggest creature in the game was Force of Nature, which was an 8/8. Then Antiquities brought out Colossus of Sardia, which was a 9/9. There was nothing bigger than that in Legends, and nothing 8/8 or bigger in Arabian Nights. So then they came out with Leviathan, which at that point suddenly gained the crown within a year. or so of the game coming out. We gone from 8-8 to 9-10 to now 10-10. This thing is saddled with drawbacks. It's quad blue plus 5, so 9 mana. You got a 10-10 trample, which, let's be honest, when you're looking at blue, that's actually kind of decent. It is a giant blue creature. It has trample. Trample is not an ability you see on blue creatures. Rarely it might take trample away from something, but actually having trample itself? No. Enters tapped and doesn't untap normally. On your upkeep, you can sack 2 islands to untap it. Can't attack unless you sack 2 islands. So it is not unreasonable that the turn after you cast it, it is not unreasonable that on your next turn, you're sacrificing 4 islands. That being said, if you're looking at a normal 20 life format, it's not unreasonable that by the, your following turn, okay, I sack 2 islands, I sack 2 more, you're dead. And you might have to do it a 3rd time, and they might have to wait an extra couple of turns. But they'll be clinging on by a thread. Which is probably why its upkeep, why its costs are so high. It is quad blue, which is a lot towards Devotion of Blue. It's a Leviathan, and decks that care about giant ocean beasts care about having Leviathans as one of their giant ocean beast types. Leviathans, Krakens, Octopus, and Serpents, I think, is what it generally is. If you can find a way to bypass its its upkeep untapping, like maybe a one-time twiddle effect and then like a Chroma's Memorial, because you've got to 9 mana and you're playing blue, you being able to find a 7 mana artifact shouldn't be impossible. Okay. If you can have it, if you can untap it the turn you cast it somehow, you then attack. You can. By the time. No! You could probably do 40 damage with this thing, but you'll be low on lands. But if you've got a way to get your lands back, if you're playing some form of Simic, you can probably mitigate that. That way, that being said, if you're also playing green, you can do better. You're getting a 10-10 trample. You're playing green, you can do better. But if you want to play with giant ocean beasts, this is like one of the original giant ocean beasts. It's probably number 2 in terms of age of actual giant ocean beasts. There's ways to make it work. Some people just might play it because they'll untap it once and have a 10-10 wall that you have to contend with. Giant Shark, on the other hand, contrary to popular belief, no relation to Baby Shark Doot Doodaloo Doot. 6 mana for 4/4 with Island Home. And if it smells blood in the water, it becomes more vicious. I.e., if it's going up against a creature that's already been dealt damage this turn, this gets +2/+0 and gains trample till end of turn. It goes from powerful to dangerous if it smells blood in the water. I think that is a great flavor win there. I think I might even have this in. Did I put this in my zoo deck? I know I was considering it. Visual spoiler. Oh, I think I didn't because it was just a creature. Yeah, I didn't because it was just a creature. It didn't do anything. Because, like, the stuff that I played, I know. Inspiration. That's the word I was trying to remember earlier. I know it was part of the inspiration for wanting to build a 5-color zoo deck. Because these guys all draw me cards. These deal with poison. These give my other guys abilities or something of that nature. These can all be used with other cards to, you know, as combo bits. Endray's Forerunners being this deck's version of Critterhoof Behemoth because Endray's Forerunners is a boar, i.e. a pig. It makes sense here. And like 18 cards that are removal. And then these guys just as like, quote unquote zoo staff. And some other random cards thrown in. I could have thrown it in down here, but removal, reanimation, a sack outlet, a big tutor, proliferate, which is good for some things, and something that helps me ramp then. That should have been down here with the rest of these guys. But I know Giant Shark was part of the inspiration for it. Unfortunately, even amongst my commons only decks, I don't think there's anything. No, nothing gave me the. Because I only have 4 commons only decks that run blue. It doesn't draw me cards. It has nothing to do with, D&D, Dungeons and Parties and Changelings Oh My. And it has nothing to do with life gain. So I really didn't find a good home for it, and I want to play this. Yeah, you can. I mean, yeah, but what? I mean, giving your opponent islands is not hard. Harbinger of the Tides makes that so much easier. And then, fine, you just have to find a way to ping the creature somehow. You can go the Prodigal Sorcerer route. You can go the, Pestilence versus Crypt Rats route. Viridian Longbow. There's enough ways to turn around and make sure that a creature's dealt damage, and then you go dun 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 dun. I think it's good enough to play even as a common, especially if you're wanting like a big blue creature. If you're looking for an ocean creature, I think it's still fine. It's one of the few ways. Like I said, blue does not get a lot of trample, and then you get Leviathan, which has trample, and Giant Shark, which often, realistically, I think often gets trample. Then you get Ghost Ship. I think Ghost Ship is the only card in blue that can straight up just go regenerate. Blue does not get a lot of blue doesn't get much trample. Blue gets even less regeneration. And I think blue's got like 3 or 4 cards that actually regenerate. And the other ones have some kind of stipulation attached. You have Spiny Starfish, which I think... Oh, what was it? I know it's in my deck. I'm too lazy to go there right now. Starfish. Oh yeah, no. Spiny Starfish can regenerate, period. If it did, you get a new you get a token. Okay. So there's no stipulation on Spiny Starfish. Which I did not realize. Okay, so there's 2 blue creatures that have no stipulation. Incidentally, this is also a 2/4 flyer for 4 mana, which in and of itself is not bad. And the other one was Sea Troll, which can only regenerate if it's tangling with another blue creature. Ghost Ship is actually surprisingly really good. You know, it's a 2/4 flying regenerating creature for 4 mana in blue. If this was another color, you know, if this was white or black, then that regeneration cost would probably be down to a single mana. But it's in blue, and I am okay with that. I am perfectly okay with that. Amnesia actually saw some amount of playing Vintage back in the day, because for a while, oh my god, I just realized the guy has a literal hole in his head, like all the way through. I thought that was just like, part of the way. No, that hole, because you see this green in the background, that hole goes all the way. Wow. Did not realize this. Anyway, there was a time frame from 95, I think it was, or thereabouts, when Mind Twist was banned in Vintage, what back then was called Type 1. And still occasionally, for example, Scryfall, if you'll see me occasionally put, F, for format, colon, T1, Type 1, what Vintage was originally known as. Actually, that's even a bit of a misstatement, because originally it was just playing Magic. And it didn't get called Type 1 by anyone, realistically, until they created Type 2, which is what we know better as Standard. Anyway, I think it was around 1995, they banned Mind Twist. So certain decks that were, there was a certain 5-color control deck called The Deck. And because it was 5 colors, and blue, you're playing you're playing Vintage, blue is a really important color. Being able to produce blue mana is really important, but also really easy. So it was running when Mind Twist got banned. Amnesia took over its spot. It's now I don't think anybody realistically plays it anywhere anymore. However, the interesting thing about Amnesia, think about how often people like to play with cards that say, hey, by the way, I have no limit on my hand size. What? Yeah, I've got no maximum hand size. Seagate Oracle. Or, sorry, Seagate Restoration. Reliquary Tower. Decanter of Endless Water. Thought Vessel. There's a bunch of cards that have that kind of ability. And then you turn around and you go, oh, you've got like 17 cards in your hand. Tap 6 mana. You've got more cards than anybody else here. Tap 6 mana. Amnesia. Come on, show us your hand. Pitch anything that's not a land. What? Now, realistically speaking, you're not going to play it for that. What you're realistically going to do, if you're going to be playing in Amnesia, what you're realistically going to do is, I mean, you've got one of two choices. You can either be really, really frustrating and annoying, and throw it on like Elite Arcanist or something like that, so you can keep recurring it. Or you're going to use it yourself. You're going to target yourself so you can discard a bunch of cards. Why would you discard a bunch of cards? Maybe you want to reanimate them. Maybe stuff has got, or maybe a bunch of your hand has more use else, for some other reason in your graveyard. Maybe they can self-reanimate. Who knows? But I think realistically, you're more likely to target yourself with this. You show your hand, go like, yeah, I've got like 10 cards in hand. Show my hand. I've got 3 lands. I play that, so brings me to. So here's 6 cards going to my graveyard. Here they all are. Okay. Don't think this is as likely to see play. If you're looking for discard effects, there's better options in general. Although that usually involves going to another color or, some kind of tap ability. But it's not completely unusual. Flood. Great card. You can just tap down flying creature or tap down non-flying creatures pretty easily. Hilariously, you combine this with Earthbind. Now you can continually tap down the creature that you've Earthbound. I think this actually should see more play. And okay, yep, this is legal in Pauper. It's hard to pin down because it's only, you have to get out of a treasure chest. But if you can pin one down, it's probably playable enough in Pauper to just stop, what was it? Tellurian Terror. Tellurian Terror's got ward. The other two that I was looking at don't have ward. Also, Gurmag Angler doesn't. A lot of the big fat creatures in Pauper don't actually have Shroud or Hexproof or Ward or something like that. So Flood might actually be worth throwing in sideboards to go, okay, so during beginning of combat, yeah, I'm going to tap down your team, which also means they're not going to untap. Betrayal. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's adorable. Yeah, I think Flood could be playable. And when you're looking at Commander, it should see more play. And especially since you can pick them up, like if you're fine playing with white, oh gods. You're too slow, Esso. Sorry, I see a message like that. I'm like, okay, slash ban, start typing the username, hit tab, autocomplete, hit enter, gone. I've been chatting online for way too many years. Uh, I think I was even chatting online by. Oh wow. I think the first time I remember being in a chat room that you would be able to type that kind of command in was like 30 years ago. And there are still places you can find where that. Yes, this wasn't BBS's. This was IRC. And that still is going on. In fact, that is the easiest way to find a good place to get um, magic rulings is you can go to the Libera chat network and find the magic rules. You can just look up the magic rules chat. Uh, you go here. Chat. I'll put this back into the. And just put it here too in case somebody's. Ah, son of a biscuit. Ah, shoot. Give me a moment here. You pop out. There. There we go. In case people are watching on YouTube later and want to check the comments or whatever, you go there, and if you take a look, let's embiggen this. There's this thing about, libera.chat. This is the actual chat network that the chat room is hosted on. And you can get there from certain chat clients, or you can use certain websites like this one at the moment that allows you to actually connect. And this is the room that you want to get into if you make it to the actual rules chat room, or sorry, if you actually make it to the Libera network. And yeah, you have rules questions. You have questions, they have answers. Anyway, where was I? Oh, I just realized you were uncommon in the dark, and in fourth edition, which was like the first core set after it, it already got downshifted to common. Huh. Anyway, um, yeah. The interesting thing about an effect like Flood is in Commander, you aren't trying to. You are very rarely trying to tap down all creatures. You're more commonly trying to tap down specific creatures. So you don't need a lot of mana. You can tap down, say, fine, it'll cost you 6 mana, but you tap down like 3 creatures, and often that's plenty. If you're only able to tap down 2 creatures, okay, well, who do I really need to tap down? This and that, probably. Mana Vortex. Mana Vortex. So, weird, weird, weird card. So, when you cast it, it's countered unless you sacrifice land. In other words, basically, and its wording, realistically, it has an additional cost of so if we were to take this card and as close as possible recreate it nowadays, it wouldn't be a triggered ability. It would be 2 blue plus 1 enchantment. As an additional cost to cast this, sacrifice a land. So it's kind of got the same cost as Harrow. 3 mana, additional cost, sack a land. But sacrificing, but having an additional cost wasn't a thing yet. Which is why it's, now a triggered ability that triggers on the spell being cast. Because if you do not sacrifice land when Mana Vortex is cast, Mana Vortex is countered. I didn't have another good way to do it. When there's no lands on the battlefield, you sack the enchantment. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player sacrifices the land of their choice. Hilariously, you can cast this and sacrifice your last land. Like you could have, I don't know, you could have a Gilded Lotus in play and cast this off a Gilded Lotus and only have one land left in play. Let's say, I don't know. Let's say it's one of the indestructible bridges. Fine. Gilded Lotus, sack it, sack your land. If you have no lands to play, you don't have to worry about sacrificing lands. You can hold back like 6 lands in your hand and just not play them. And wait until everybody else runs out of lands. Then you sacrifice the Mana Vortex because suddenly there's no lands left. Then you start playing your lands that you've been holding. You want an Armageddon effect. We already covered Kudzu earlier. That was a nice Armageddon effect. Well, kind of Armageddon effect. Now we get Mana Vortex. This is when people want to play land destruction in mono blue and want to start getting mean. But they still want to give players a chance. Oh man, I could be mean and I could throw this into my mono blue. Ramp deck, and because I'm ramping so hard, it's not unusual for me to end up with like. I've seen games where I've got like 15 plus lands by like turn, 7 or 8. I'm almost catching up with green decks. And and I'm playing mono blue. If I put this in there, I can keep this going for quite a while. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to play mean, you play that. Mind Bomb? Mind Bomb is kind of like, it tries to be it tries to be a blue bolt wave. Well, no, bolt wave's the wrong analogy because bolt wave I think is just opponents. But basically, it's kind of like if bolt wave and like him to Torak or whatever had a kid. It and it's neither color. So, pay blue. Each player may discard up to 3 cards. Mind Bomb deals damage to each player equal to 3 minus the number of cards they discard this way. So basically, you choose 3 cards in your hand, and for each of those 3 cards, you can either, you can either take a damage or discard it. That's probably the easiest way to parse that. And if you don't have 3 cards in hand, for each card that you're missing, you're taking point of damage. That's probably the easiest way to parse that. I don't see this generally being good. This I see as like the same kind of cards that you would like if you're considering playing Amnesia because you want to get cards into your graveyard. You play Mind Bomb first. But you're probably playing both of them. Unless, of course, you've got other ways to discard cards. And I hope you've got better ways to discard cards by then. Dance of Many. One of the few, 2 mana ways to actually copy stuff. There's not a lot. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's like giving your opponent 6 choices and a single card. Yeah. Yeah. Although none of the choices are good, right? So Dance of Many. It's a 2 blue enchantment with an upkeep of double blue. Comes into play, makes a token that's a copy of a creature you choose. And the creature you choose can't already be a token. So you have to choose an actual creature. Then you make a token that's a copy of that one. If the token leaves play, you sack the enchantment. And if the enchantment leaves play, you lose the token. So you kind of might as well, it's not literally so, but it might be easier to think of Dance of Many as being a copy of the cards that you're trying to copy. It's not literally so, but that might be the easier way to think about it. And depending on your play group, they may allow you to play it that way. But that's not what it actually does. What? Oh my god, Dance Battle. Why? Oh, that's Fortnite, isn't it? Yeah, it's probably Fortnite. But it's one of the there's not very many cards that let you copy. There's not many clone effects that you can actually get for double blue. If you're looking for copy effects and you want something that's cheap, even if you have to pay an upkeep cost on it, if you bounce the enchantment before you create the token, when it enters, create a token that's a copy. When it's yeah, then you end up in the Oblivion Ring situation. Because when it enters, you create a token. With that ability on the stack, You exile the token that hasn't been created yet. Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah, you end up with the Oblivion the O-ring situation. You exile a token that hasn't been created yet, and then the enter the battlefield ability resolves. You make a token. Yeah, you can skip the upkeep cost and basically end up with like if you are playing oh what were you called time elemental. I'm trying to think of a card that was around at that point that did the kind of effect I'm thinking of. If you've got something like time elemental that has like an activated ability that says, you know, return target enchantment or return target permanent or whatever to its owner's hand. And you and the Dance of Many comes into play, and in response to the trigger, you bounce it back to hand. You can, for the cost of whatever it is to bounce it back to hand and 2 mana, make a token that's a copy of whatever creature you want. You just can't copy token creatures with it. But yeah, that's a cool way to do it. And then Apprentice Wizard. This is part of what makes me think that even back in the day, they decided that blue should concentrate towards creating artifacts because this allows you to convert blue, like 1 blue mana, into triple colorless, which doesn't sound exciting in and of itself. But if you're working on, you know, if you care about artifacts, you know, once you have him out, your next turn you can play Gilded Lotus as an example. You know, because it's 3, I'll take 1 of the mana, so that leaves me 2. I'll take 1 of the mana and convert it into 3, so that's now 5. So on turn 4, I've got Gilded Lotus, and I haven't played a land yet. And that's not even, you know, and artifacts want you to be able to produce a bunch of colorless mana. So yeah. Oh yeah, another big rarity drop from the Dark straight to 4th edition. That's kind of silly. And yes, it's in my mono blue. It's in my mono blue ramp deck because it ramps. It turns 1 mana into 3 on a regular basis. Is it colorless? Sure, but then I'm able to do things like cast, um, you know, Sword of the Animist or equip it that much easier, you know, in a single turn. That, you know, jumping from 1 mana to 3, this is a big deal when you're playing with artifacts. What are we at so far? 2.5 hours. Ugh. Okay, let's go black. Merc Dwellers. If you can find a way to make its combat trigger trigger additional times, maybe. The thing is, you've got to make sure it's unblocked. And let's be honest, if you're looking at, you know, 4 mana, I thought that said when Ragavan unsealed the catacombs. Raganorn. If you're looking at 4 mana, you should get more than a 2/2 that can occasionally become a 4/2. In fact, Uh, it's always been common. Mana value 4, mana 3. Uh, uh, Color equal black. Power greater than 3. Toughness greater than 1. How many options do we have? 27 options. A lot of 4-2s. A few 4-3s. Ogre Jailbreaker's a 4-4 that can occasionally attack. Actually, if you control a gate, it can attack. Having a gate is not difficult. Sort by toughness. Descending. Oh, yeah. Technically a 4-5 if hilariously if you can torpor orb that, that's a 4-5. And even if you can't, you probably kill something that, like, you probably kill like a random. It's kind of like additional cost sack a creature. Which some decks are perfectly fine with. A 4-4. At the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, I need one of these. Oh my god, I need one of these. I need that for my mono black aristocrat stack because that will just generate me like another token every turn. But yeah, Merc Dwellers, no good reason to play it. Grave Robbers? Grave Robbers is not bad. It only eats artifact cards. It only eats artifact cards from graveyards. But, I mean, a lot of people are playing with artifacts. It's probably always, I shouldn't say always going to have food, but it will often have food. It's also a human rogue, which isn't nothing. The rogue part is going to be more than anything else. And if you manage to eat an artifact, you're going to gain life out of it. Inquisition. Honestly, I think this should see more pauper play. Because this can just be a giant burn spell. You know, if your opponent's got 6 cards in hand, they probably have at least 4. Like if they're playing mono white or something close to mono white, they probably have 4 white cards in there. 3 mana, 4 damage. And you have information about their hand. You're playing, you're playing Commander. You might get 5 or 6 damage out of it, but, and the more relevant part is getting information out of their hand, but at that point you might as well be playing Duress, Thoughtseize, something to that effect. Because the burn that you're going to, unless you've got a bunch of burn going on, I don't think it's going to work that well in Commander. Nameless Race. We talked about this one the other day. Nameless Race has no creature type. This currently has no creature type. It's nameless. So, it's a 4 mana creature with trample, whereas parent toughness equal to some amount of life you paid. which can be any amount up to this. The number of white non-token permanents your opponents control, plus the number of white cards in their graveyards. So, by the time you get this out, it's not unrealistic they'll have, say, 3 cards in play, assuming you get this out on like turn 4 or turn 5. It's not realistic they'll have like 3 cards in play and maybe one in their graveyards. So you're probably looking at being able to pay 4 life at that point, which would make it a 4/4. If it's late in the game, you could conceivably play, 4 mana and like 10 life and end up with a 10/10. This also affects all opponents. So if you've got 3 people playing various levels of white, one's mono white and the other 2 are like, one is playing a 2-color deck that involves white and the other is playing a 3-color deck that involves white, then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it's not unreasonable you could, by that point pay 7 life and get a 4/4, a 4 mana 7/7 trample with, hilariously, again, no creature type. This is not going to go into any sort of tribal deck except maybe a tribal deck, because you need some sort of effect to give it a creature type. But if you do, apart from that, yeah, it's not unrealistic. 1, if not 2 people play at your table are going to be playing some amount of white in their deck, and it's not unrealistic. You're going to be able to hold this for a while and then pay, say, 7 life and get a 4 mana 7/7 trample out of it. I think it's perfectly serviceable. It's a card that people forget exists. Especially since if you're looking for cards that have a certain creature type, it will never come up because it has no creature type. Marsh Gas. Cute as kind of an odd twist on a Black Fog effect. It doesn't prevent combat damage per se, but it reduces the amount of damage that the creatures will deal. Also, there are times when that reduction is going to be actually somewhat relevant. What are you called? Oh. Give me a moment here. You're not supposed to do that. Oh, that's what it was. Cut down. Destroy target creature with total power and toughness 5 or less. So, Marsh Gas can combine with that to actually hit something that's got it up to 7. Although, to be fair, that's still not going to be a lot. I don't know. It's fine. Frankenstein's monster. So it's 2 black plus X. You have to have at least X cards in your graveyard. Sorry, X creature cards in your graveyard. As it comes into play, you have to exile those. If somebody ate even a single creature out of your graveyard, yeah, Trickier Darkness. Yeah, very much. If somebody ate even a single creature card out of your graveyard, Frankenstein's monster, regardless of how much money you spent on it, is going to the bin. That being said, if you successfully created Frankenstein's monster, for each of those X creatures, you get to put a counter on it that's either a +1/+1, a +2/+0, or +0/+2. Now, personally, I would prefer to use one of these to use these two instead of +1/+1 because the way the rules are written, if a card has got +1/+1 counters and -1/-1 counters, they annihilate each other and disappear. Which means it can actually shrink the size of your Frankenstein's monster. +2/+0 and +0/+2 do not have any such rules with them. So, let's say I do X = 5. I can have up to anywhere from a 10 power 1 toughness creature to a 0 power 11 toughness creature. On average, I'll have a 5/6, which is eh. I'm paying 7 mana for a 5/6 with no abilities, but a bunch of counters. And keep in mind that since these are counters, they can be proliferated. Proliferation was not a concept that they thought of when they created this back in like 1993, 1994. So, I would. Oh, actually, before I forget. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, so if you have a deck that's got creatures that you're willing to have, they go to the graveyard and like if you do not care about your graveyard, if this is one of the few cards in your deck that cares about the graveyard at all, maybe this has got a use for you. You don't want this in a Dredge style deck because Dredge you want to be able to keep reusing your graveyard. You want this in a deck that's like, yeah, I've got a bunch of, I've got a bunch of cards that do things. I blow stuff up, I do this, I do that, but my graveyard's like, yeah, okay, whatever. Something goes to the graveyard, it might as well be exiled. And this is one of your few ways to make use of it. Maybe. I would prefer this to be in a deck that said something about counters. Which might be part of the reason why it's like, why it's almost $9. I mean, yes, it's on the reserved list, but there's other cards, on the reserved list, around this age that are, a lot more or hardly anything. So this has got to be a reason for being even though it's not expensive as high as it is. It's fine. The Fallen. Creature type zombie. At the beginning of your upkeep, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent and planeswalker it has dealt damage to this game. Notice it doesn't have to be combat damage. So you could throw like a Viridian Longbow or something like that on it, or, Fire Whip or what have you, and go ping, hey, take a point of damage. And then just let that damage fester. Does it matter if it's. Okay. So it's only ever 1 damage per person. But that's kind of cute. That's a fun little. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit there. I don't have to do. Cool, I've hit you for damage once. I'll just let it sit here now. And it gives 3 devotion and black. It's cute. I think if you want something that just like slowly burns. Oh my god, Crim. Why? Is this a stacks piece? What the hell is the name of that red enchant? I think it was red enchantment. Dealt damage every turn, and players can't gain life. Uh, um, I can't remember what it's called. No? Was it 2? Whirling Vortex. Yeah, you turn it. Yep. Yep. So, yeah, you have this deck with things like Whirling Vortex and just make people. If you're building that kind of deck, yeah, go away. Worms of the Earth. 5 mana enchantment that stops lands from coming into play. And each player has the choice on their upkeep to do one of 2 things. Well, they can do one of 2. They actually can do one of 3 things. They can leave the enchantment stay in play. They can sacrifice 2 lands, or they can take 5 damage from it. Now, in a game of Commander, I would assume that somebody would just take 5 and get off the board. And this is a 5 mana enchantment, so this is probably like turn 8 by the time you're playing it realistically. Well, maybe you're going to have some kind of accelerants, but most accelerants that people are going to be playing aren't going to. Nah, maybe turn 7. I could see turn 7 with some like Soul Ring effects or something to help you accelerate other stuff out. But realistically, I don't expect that. Like the earliest I see this being played realistically is maybe turn 6, unless somebody's going like, mass acceleration heavy. But I see like turn 6 at the earliest, turn 8 more realistically. At which point somebody's going to go, okay, that's nice. I'll just take 5. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. You play this in combination with green. You want your green cards to only require a single colored mana. You ramp out as fast and as hard as you can. And you find a way to make Worms of the Earth indestructible. No more lands can come into play, which is going to put you at a big advantage. Any player can sack 2 lands or take 5 to try and destroy the enchantment. Both the enchantment is indestructible. So you will just lock people from being able to play lands ever again. That would be a stacks piece. Oh no. Oh. Oh, there are black cards that you can use to accelerate your mana as well. You can get... I think Nirkana Revenant is one of them. There's a couple of cards like Nirkana Revenant that let your swamps tap for extra mana. There's Magus of the Coffers, which adds black base, a black for each swamp you control. There's a couple of cards that tap for black mana. There's, I want to say it's Bog Witch that basically spell shapes Dark Ritual. So you should be able to generate a healthy amount of black mana, not too badly, with Worms of the Earth in play. So even if people leave this around for a while, especially if you've got a way to make it indestructible, you can still get ahead. I think you could build a mono black ramp deck that doesn't rely on lands. Like, you need lands to get started, but after the first, 5 or 6 lands are in play, you don't care. That would be an interesting way to... And so, yes, you want to build a stack, Worms of the Earth. Okay. Give me just a moment here. I will be right back. Sorry, I had to check up on a thing real quick. So, Banshee. Throw Spirit Link, or more relevantly, Vampiric Link on this thing. It's basically Spirit Link in black. So X and tap deals half of that rounded down to any target, and the other half rounded up to you. Well, with Vampiric Link, you are actually going to, let's see here, 5 tap. You're going to do 2 to something else and 3 to yourself. But you're going to gain 5. So you're going to gain 2, which is, so you're going to, whatever the damage to the something else that you did is, you'll end up plus that amount of life. Now it is a 4 mana 0/1, which means it's really, really, really easy to kill. But just the fact that it's the amount of damage that it can deal scales so strongly. And again, this is one of those situations where, okay, damage being dealt to me. I can make use of that. And a variable amount of damage to any target. Tell me you can't find a deck that can make use of that. If the size of the creature does not matter to you, that can be a lot of damage. So I wouldn't play it in a burn style deck, but I would play it in a deck. I mean, ideally I would want to be playing it with a card like Vampiric Link, Soul Link, Spirit Link. Whatchamacallit, damn it. I hate Batterskull. There we go. Basilisk Collar. I hate when I get stuck on a card name. It's like I can see it in my mind's eye and I can't remember what it does. But, something that whenever you deal damage, you gain that much life. So, managed to mute that just in enough time. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. But anyway, yeah, like, you throw the... Are you sure about that? Now, is it a blank mind or is it a stabbed mind? Now, if you throw, because the damage is rounded down to any other target. If you throw Basilisk Collar on this, you want to spend at least 2 mana on X. Because then that will be 1 damage to any other target. And realistically, I'd probably go like for at least 4 mana. Because that's 2 damage. And the reason I say that is if somebody's got something that can, randomly prevent a point of damage, like the various Urza's Armor type effects and whatever, that can prevent damage, if damage should be dealt to a creature you control, but this prevents one of that damage sort of thing, yeah, I would just go for 4. Cursed Artifact. It is really, really hard. It's not impossible, but it is hard to find ways in black to blow up artifacts, like an individual artifact. Curse artifact gives the controller of the artifact a choice. Again, not something you should normally do, but gives them a choice. You can either let the aura take 2 damage to you, or you can sack the artifact. You wait, if you can hold off on casting this until the person whose artifact you want to blow up is already kind of low in life, like let's say we're talking a commander game, and they're under 10, 2 damage is a lot at that point. They might leave the artifact around for an extra turn. Maybe 2. And then they're going to turn around and go, yeah, I can't do this anymore. Hilariously, throw it on something like the One Ring. Let's see how much damage they really want to take from the One Ring every turn. I have seen, what's his name? I have seen Saffron Olive die in a game of Commander. To not wanting to. But it's the One Ring. It's so good. It draws me so many cards. Uh-huh. Yep. He lost the game due to the amount of damage that it got from the One Ring. Now throw Cursed Artifact on there. It's like, do you want to take 3 just for you drawing your first additional card? Bog Imp for a very, very long time was fine. Because, white, blue, and at that point, green got MTG favored. Well, yes, MTG favors those who are willing to use life as a resource until their life total is low enough that they're like, maybe I should stop. He was at 5. There were 5 burden counters on the One Ring. He tapped it one more time to see if he could draw into something to get out of the situation. He wasn't getting out of the situation. But that also means that the One Ring did something like 21 damage to him. Those few extra cards, I don't think would have made that much. I think that means he drew an extra like 15 cards. But that wasn't enough in his case. Anyway, he also, some of his other decisions were, this is Saffron Olive we're talking about. Some of his play decisions are always questionable. To be fair, same with the rest of us. But that's another story. But anyway, Bog Imp, at least back in the day, white, blue, and to a smaller extent green got decent flying creatures. Red really didn't get any. Black kind of got like, yeah, I guess you can have some, but they're not going to be as good as what everybody else gets. Okay. Black's flying creatures are just so much better nowadays. The funny thing is, I think it was Foul Imp? Yeah, Foul Imp. Came out in like Stronghold. 2 black for 2/2 flyer. Comes into play, you lose 2 life. So, change this to a second black mana symbol. Take an extra 2 points of damage when it comes into play. And suddenly make this a 2/2. And it was like so much better. I think, maybe if you're going Imp Tribal? But, I feel like there's a lot better creatures that you would play. Um. Oh yeah, Dagger Drome Imp. Yeah, so at 5 mana, or sorry, at 2 mana, you get Vault Scourge, which is literally Bog Imp with an easier way to cast it and lifelink. Sorry, I just heard a weird something. Skittering Scourge, which is okay. It'll be a 3/2 that'll last basically until you cast something. Fel Imp, which we mentioned. Fetid Imp, which has got activated Death Touch and is a 1/2. And Dagger Drome Imp, which is a 1/1 flying lifelink. Basically, all of these are better than Bog Imp. So if you're playing Imp Tribal, Bog Imp is probably your last, out of number 6, it's probably number 6. It's got cute art, don't get me wrong. Actually, just out of curiosity, how hard would it be to build Ron Spencer Tribal? Just sort of, because, you know, okay. You have, okay, so you can play 5 color. Everything is going to be, so green, you're always playing at least green black. Okay. Any lands? You have swamps that you can play. Red, black, green, red. Red, green. So the only way to try and make it work at all is very heavy black. You'd have to use Liver Queen as your general. And you would not be able to produce. What about Diamond Kaleidoscope? One version of Mana Crypt. And Pillapala. Okay, so theoretically speaking, it's possible. I think your best option would be running Grist as your, not Grist. Probably Vadio Doll, actually. I think if I was to try and build Ron Spencer, I would probably go Vadio Doll. Okay. Yeah. At that point, if you're looking at Ron Spencer Tribal, it might be worth it. Ragman. Creature type human minion. That's hilarious. This one makes target opponent reveals their hand and discards a creature card at random. So it doesn't say. Okay. I don't know if they have to reveal to everybody or not, or just you. The wording on it says they just, you look at their hand. Look at. But I think what you have to do realistically is, you basically keep rolling dice or choosing random or whatever until you hit a creature card. Or you go, here's my hand. I'll put all the creature cards aside. I'll shuffle them up and then we'll randomly do one from there. Okay. And it has to be an opponent. It can't be yours. I'm less fond of this one actually. Although maybe make minion tribal. And then this is a disc. How many minions are there? Which of course have to be in the yellow sleeves. 42. And apart from Tidewater minion, everything else fits in Rakdos. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So love how it can be used solely on opponent's turn. What, the Ragman? I mean, it probably will at some point. But yeah, Ragman, I think if you're going minion tribal, it's probably uh, a sensible way to play it. And, use, who is it, Chainer? You've got Chainer or you've got Zancha as your options. Although I would probably play Chainer, Nightmare Adept as my general. Yeah. Well, Ragman says activate only during your turn. You have to use it on your own turn. Que esta habilidad puede ser no tono. Yeah, I think even the Italian printing says uh under its controller's turn. Because I think you're Italian, if I remember right. Yeah, I don't know. I think the only reason I would play that. I think the only reason I would play that is if I was building Minion Tribal. I'll be honest. Word of Binding. another another card that's like, oh my god, this is just such a fun card. I mean, depends who it is playing it. Let's be honest. But 2 black plus X, tap X target creatures. Black has got reasons for wanting your creatures tapped, and not just pushing through for damage. There are effects or abilities that only trigger or trigger best or whatever when your opponent's got a tapped creature. Yeah, yeah. They just Word of Binding. I wish this saw more play. I mean it's playable in Pauper, but I like this might be too slow for Pauper because it's 3 mana to tap a single creature. 4 to tap 2. I think at 3 creatures paying 5 mana is okay, but 5 mana in Pauper is actually a lot. So I don't know. Maybe a black based Tron deck. I don't know. But in Commander, yeah. Like this is a card that I keep forgetting it exists, and I have to remember about it. Uncle Istvan, again, creature type only has the creature type of being human. See? Human. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to this creature by creatures. It takes no damage from creatures. It can attack and block and whatever till the cows come home. Okay. It's not indestructible, but it can't be pinged to death, so Banshee's not going to do anything to it. You know. There's a reason back in the day it's a 1-3, which averages out to a 2-2. Hey, he looks like he could be a dwarf. Have you seen that beard? He looks like he could be a dwarf. But no, I'm more pointing out the fact that creature type is only human. He's not like, a human, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Like he's not townsfolk or he's not, um, damn it, I can't think of what it is. I'm gonna have to start looking back during Throne of Eldraine because I think that's when the relevant creature type actually came out. But, people that don't have like special training per se and are just like normal people, they still have something here. But if you're building off of, human only tribal, Uncle Istvan is going to wreak a lot of havoc. Because, you give him flying, let's say, and he just does not care about, oh, your general does what? That's nice. Oh, that's adorable. You're trying to do what? Aw. Season of the Witch. Triple black enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, sack it unless you pay 2 life. So what? Okay, fine. It costs you 2 life every turn. At the beginning of the end step, destroy all untapped creatures that didn't attack this turn, except for creatures that couldn't attack. Oh, you have a creature that could have attacked and you didn't attack with it? Dies. Oh, you could have attacked with what? Oh, and you didn't? Dies. Yeah. Heaven forbid your opponent's got something out that. Oh man, if you play this with something out like, I think it's Mass Hysteria. Yeah, all creatures have haste. You have that out with Season of the Witch. And barring a creature coming into play, tapped, they have to attack that turn. Creature comes into play, has to attack. I'm a 0-3. You have to attack. What? Yeah. Oh, Season of the Witch? Oh, that's just funny. Or funnier if you play with like Concordant Crossroads, because now you're playing green. Now you've got ways to like gain life in the process. Actually, you don't even need that because you're playing black. You've got abilities to drain life away. And creatures dying, I think, can give you life as well. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then you play with cards like Forbidden Orchard and other such effects that give your opponents tokens and force them to attack with it. Oh, man. Yeah, that's great. Bog Rats, you're playing rats, you're probably playing this. Can't be blocked by walls, which doesn't sound amazing until, again, walls are a creature type. If something gets all creature types, suddenly it's unblockable by that thing. Ashes to Ashes, really good removal. It's like Dust to Dust, except it can't hit artifacts, but it hits creatures. So if the creature is an artifact, you want Dust to Dust to get rid of it. If the creature is not an artifact, you want Ashes to Ashes. The only difference is this, this deals 5 to you. But it's a small price to pay because keep in mind, at that point, for 1 black, 1 other, you had Terror, which was an instant, which destroy target non-black, non-artifact creature. This could take out an additional creature. It would exile both of them. It could hit black creatures. It was sorcery. It was an additional black mana. But it exiled them, which was a huge deal at that point. So for 5 damage, yeah, that's pretty fair. And actually, even now, I think that would actually hold up pretty well in modern day Magic, because compare it to Murder. 2 black, 1 other, sorcery, destroy target creature. You're exiling 2 creatures as a sorcery for the same cost. The only stipulation is they can't be artifacts. Okay. People should play Ashes to Ashes more. Eater of the Dead. If this creature is tapped, exile target... Okay. Exile target creature card from a graveyard and untap this creature. So, what you do is make sure somebody's got a bunch... Actually, you make sure there's a bunch of creatures in graveyards. You throw something on this to give this a tap ability. Like, I don't know, tap, gain a life. And then you just go beep, 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 and keep eating stuff out of graveyards. Gain life in the process. Yeah. If it's, tap, deal 2 damage to any target. Cool, I will eat 5 cards out of graveyards and deal 10 damage. It's Eater of the Dead. If you've got this combined with Banishing Knack. Yep. Oh no. Is that the one I think it is? Return target permanent to its owner's hand. Imagine if that had a mill effect. But yes, Banishing Knack would end up being like, I'm going to bounce a bunch of things and eat a bunch of things in the process. Yeah. Actually, what was it? Target non-land permanent. Oh, that's silly. 3.5 hours. Alright, let's go red. Fire Drake. Basically, for Fire Drake, you're looking at a 2/2 flyer for 3 mana. I mean, while red doesn't get much in terms of decent flyers, uh, you had Granite Gargoyle only a few sets earlier and got reprinted and revised. And it was a 2/2 flyer, and you could pump its toughness. This is a, and it was one red, two other, as opposed to two red, one other. This is worse than Granite Gargoyle, unless you're playing Drakes. And there was Granite Gargoyle, and there was, what was the other one? Because Granite Gargoyle had the pump ability. Oh, I can see it. Unlimited. Granite Gargoyle. You were Dragon Whelp. Am I misremembering? Could have sworn there was a. No, I guess not. I guess it was just Granite Gargoyle. I think I'm thinking about trolls. I might be mixing things up here. But yeah, when Fire Drake has got this, and then you've got like Granite Gargoyle only a couple of sets earlier. That is the same size that this wants to be for an easier cost. And you've got Dragon Whelp, which for an extra mana is +1/+1 and can be activated any number of times, but ideally not more than 3, but can be activated more than 3 in a pinch. Nah. Again, maybe Drake Tribal. Wouldn't do it. Whenever this, so this is again, just a human that attacks as a 2/2, or more realistically, you're probably playing this for its ability. It's 3 mana as a 1/4 that you can pay 3. Pay this as casting cost and tap it to give a creature Mountain Walk until end of turn. So basically, it helps get people through the mountains. Which I don't know. I think this is. I mean, again, if you're playing a deck that's human tribal but with no classes. So you cannot be a human warrior. You cannot be a human, barbarian. You cannot be a human noble. No, no, no. You just have to be human. Just. Maybe that's a thing. Uh, but giving a creature mountain walk is, that can be a really, really big deal. Making something unblockable. Oh, somebody's got Blood Moon out, or Magus of the Moon, or something of that nature. Or, because red is not. Red is the color that gets played a lot in combination with other stuff. It doesn't get a lot of play on its own, except for very limited deck types, like goblins, basically, is like your number one, I think. Um, But it gets played a lot in combinations like Jund and Grixis, in Teamer and Izzet and stuff like that. So, and those are fairly popular color combinations. And so, getting, being able to take your 5/5 creature and push it through for 5 damage every turn. This is like having a Rogue's Passage in your creature base as opposed to in your mana base. You can attack with it if you need to. It'll be, it'll be a 2/2. But just being able to push 3 damage, and not only that, you can also push 3 damage to other people. Hilariously, the ability to give a creature Mountain Walk until end of turn. If somebody has a creature that is like, oh, by the way, this has to be blocked. And they're attacking you, you're playing red. Chances are you have mountains. You give their creature Mountain Walk till end of turn. Okay, maybe you take 5 damage or whatever. But because it's Mountain Walk, it cannot be blocked if you've got a mountain in play. You cannot block it. So fine, you take the 5 damage, all your creatures live. Okay, fine. No big deal. Which is a way of using Landwalk that a lot of people forget exists. Goblin Rock Sled. Yep. I think this is the first time. I think this is the first time we actually saw a 3/1 for 2. Power equals 3. Whoops. Power equals 3. Toughness. Excuse you. Wow. Equal 1. Mana value equal 2. Date less than 1995. Yeah. What about date equal 1995? The 4th edition printing. Yeah, it was the first time we saw a 3/1 creature for 2, which is kind of funny. Yeah. 3/1 trample, goblin. Can't attack unless the Fang player controls a mountain. Doesn't untap if it attacked last turn. Basically, think of it like downhill skiing. You attack one turn, you spend the next turn going back up the mountain so you can attack again the following turn. And then, yeah, basically. Works out to basically a 3/1 is basically a 2/2. So it's kind of like a 1/1 trample. Which is costed probably about right. I don't know. I think for a goblin deck, it's probably not good enough. If I'm building common goblins, I might consider it. If I'm building a deck that just wants to attack with one big attack, I might consider this. If I've got something that gives all my goblins haste, and then I drop like Goblin Rock Sled, attack with it, throw a bunch of stuff on it, and just go like thunk. Here, take a bunch of damage. Okay. Maybe I play this. as like, half a ball lightning. Actually, comparing that to ball lightning might not actually be that far. Brothers of Fire. I love this card. You can always use his sled with the Goblin Sledder next turn. Ah, sack a Goblin. Target creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Let's play sled. Here's how it works. You're the sled. Uh huh. So instead of trying to get back up the hill. Uh, wait, did he? Oh no, different artist. Okay, I'm sad. But yeah, Brothers of Fire. Again, 3 mana colon 1 damage to any target and 1 to you. That's again. This is still fine because you can deal damage split up as much as you want. Ideally, at this point, you want some kind of life gain effect to counteract the damage that you're taking. Because, you use it 6 times, you've taken 6 damage. But if you've killed like 2 or 3, you know, mid-sized things, or, you know, killed a couple lords, for example, that can be worth it. But in a deck like, but if I'm looking at this for Commander, I want some kind of way at some point to mitigate the damage that's being dealt to me. Maybe I have a redirection effect and, Brash Taunter or Stuffy Doll in play. And so, if that's the case, cool, that damage that's being dealt to me is dealt to Stuffy Doll instead, which means it's being dealt to this player over here. You know, uh, at which point that 3 mana for 1 damage to any target and 1 damage over here, great, no problem. There's ways to make that work. Let's make it work. Eternal Flame. There seems to be a lot of this. X damage to target opponent or planeswalker, and half of that rounded up to you, where X is the number of mountains you control. Now, hilariously, if you're playing with Firesong and Sunspeaker, you know, suddenly, this has now got lifelink. Wait, what? Red instant and sorcery spells you control have lifelink, etc., etc. X damage to any target, and half of that rounded up to you. So this is going to cancel out, and you're going to gain X life. Where X is the number of mountains you control. So have Firesong and Sunspeaker be a deck that's, most of your instants and sorceries are red. Make some of the ones like hybrid red white, so they can be cast off of just mountains. Yeah. That being said, this can be a lot of damage. If you've got like 10 mountains in play, you go, hey, by the way, player, take 10. Sure, I'll take 5, but take 10. What? Yeah. If you're looking for a burn deck and you're playing red, if you're playing mono red burn, you should be looking into Eternal Flame. Goblin Hero, been outclassed ages ago. 3 mana for 2/2. There's. I know there's a 3 mana 2/2 with haste. Is it Goblin War Buggy? Or is that the one that's got Echo? No, that's got Echo. Mana value equal 3, mana 2, color equal red, type goblin, O haste, power 2, toughness 2. Goblin chariot. Also, the number, here's 13 cards that all say something about haste and being 2/2. You know, this gives a target creature haste. This has got menace and haste and other stuff. Fable of the Mirror Breaker, we know is broken. Goat Napper steals a goat till end of turn, which suddenly, why do you not? There are 15 goats in the game, including a possessed goat. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's scary. Okay. Goat Napper, Goblin Chariot was the one I was thinking of. Uh, Goblin Rabble Master makes hasty goblins. This can activate it, gain haste. This has haste and can make something small unblockable. No one here but us empty barrels. Hellraiser Goblin creatures you control have haste and to attack each combat of Fable. Makes hasty Goblin tokens. Relic Robber deals combat. Oh yeah, and they start making 0/1s tokens that deal damage to them. Trample haste whenever a quick creature other than Rook attacks or dies, you may attack. Oh man, Rook Hexgold Nabber, in my opinion, wants a bunch of cards in it that are Living Weapon or Form Mirrodin or something of that nature. And then Squeaky Dubious Monarch. Yeah, so there's a decent number of 12, but yeah. Goblin Hero, like once Goblin Chariot came out, it's like, yeah, why? It's the same thing but better. Um, if you're playing vanilla goblins, I mean, I don't know why you would, but uh, Orc General, you have to find a way to make Orc Tribal work. Orc Tribal is not easy to build. It's buildable. It's not easy to build, but it's buildable. And if you can do that, cool. You've got a 2/2 where you can sack one of your creatures to pump the rest of your party till the rest of your team till end of turn. If you've got a way to untap him, then you can sack like 3 tokens and get the rest of your creatures +3/+3 till end of turn, which isn't nothing. Goblin Digging Team. What we said before about Tunnel, when we were talking about Alpha Beta Unlimited. Tunnel and Goblin Digging Team, or not Goblin Digging, Dwarven Demolition Team. And even earlier tonight when I was talking about Tividar's Crusade, anything that references a specific creature type. If they're playing with stuff that has all creature types, Wall is a creature type. Don't sleep on that. Goblins of the Flarg. 1/1 Mountain Walk. When you control a dwarf, sacrifice this creature. The flip side of this guy, try not to end up with all creature types. Because as soon as you end up with something that's all creature types, it's now also, that thing is also a dwarf, and you sack the goblins of the Florg. Don't fall into that. Fisher. Red has a lot of trouble coming up with cards that can kill creatures that do not care how big the creature is. Okay. By that I mean Red's most common way of dealing with creatures is, oh, you're a 6/6. Okay, I'll pay some amount of mana and I'll spend 1 or 2 cards and I'll deal 6 damage to you. Fisher is one of those cards that does not care how big the creature is. This is always going to kill 5. This is always going to cost 5 mana as an instant and kill however big your creature is. If you have an 8/8 in play, I pay 5 mana, instant, kill it. Your general is a 2/2. I pay 5 mana, instant, kill it. And if you don't need it for killing a creature, you can use it for blowing up, Maze of Ith or whatever other random land. But this is one of those cards that when I started brewing up Joven, which was my mono red commons only deck, I was trying to find if there were spells. How could I blow stuff up and not care how big the creature was? Could I do that? And I found these 3 cards here: Aftershock, Fisher, and Lava Flow. And all 3 of them just can kill a creature outright. And Joven, I'm playing mono red, and I'm only playing with commons. Because I figured if I could do this here, I could do it in any color scheme and it would work. Now, this is based on my initial draft. It's gone through some changes since then, but this is basically my initial draft. Some of these cards, like for example, Boulder Fall is no longer in there. I don't remember if I've got Swirling Sandstorm in there. I think I don't. But, yeah, I have those 3 cards in because I wanted something that could kill a creature and not care how big it is. Hammerheim Deadeye, similar idea. It's just the creature has to have flying. Nice 8/8 dragon you've got. Would be a shame if something happened to it. Once I realized that it's a mono red card that can kill a creature and not care how big it is, and it also happens to be common. That means that I can find, this means pretty much any deck that I'm building. This is one of my go-tos now. Am I playing red? Those 3 cards are probably going in if I need to blow up a creature. We don't need another plate. Yeah. Yeah. I went and got probably a dozen or so copies of Fisher and about the same number of copies of Lava Flow and Aftershock, just to make sure that no matter what kind of deck I was building, if I'm playing red, I have access to those 3 cards. because I don't want to be stuck in a position where I can't figure out what to put in to blow up a creature. If you are doing something like if you're playing red and want creature removal, you don't need to deal damage. There are, and beyond Fissure and Aftershock and Lava Flow, there's other cards of higher rarity. You know, you've got your various polymorph style effects. You know, sure, they get a different creature instead, but maybe you play a card like, what was it, Weathered Runestone or whatever it's called, that stops cards from coming into play from libraries. You know, there's, you know, there's a bunch of different ways of getting rid of creatures, and you don't have to stick with dealing damage, even if you're playing red. You can, and a card like Fireball is great because it can do a bunch of damage to one creature. It can do small amount of damage to each of a bunch of creatures, or you can throw it at your opponent's face. Damage is not terrible. Just don't assume that just because you're playing mono red, you have to rely on damage to kill creatures. Have it as an option? Sure. Don't assume that it has to be that way. Sisters of Flame. Love this card. You know, it's basically like a red Llanowar Elves, but she's a bit bigger, and so she costs a bit more. 3 mana for a 2/2 that taps for red is still pretty good. You know, and the fact that she's also a 2/2 means that she can get into the red zone, no pun intended, once in a while in a pinch. Also, the fact that, you know, back in the day, because they didn't have a bunch of creature types, they didn't care about being, you know, cohesive with their creature types. The fact that it summons sisters is just, I love that. Goblin Shrine. You're playing this if you're playing goblins. Throw it on hilariously, you can throw it on any land. It doesn't have to be a basic mountain. It only has to be a basic mountain. Oh no. Oh, this is funny. I just realized. If you think somebody's going to be playing, if you think somebody is going to be playing with goblins, you can throw this on a land. You can be playing not goblins yourself. You then sacrifice the land to some effect. You know, maybe you destroy it yourself. Maybe you even ghost quarter yourself. The aura will fall off into the graveyard, and it'll deal 1 damage to each goblin. Notice as well, the Goblin Shrine does not pump toughness. So you could use that combined to wipe the board of all goblins, which is kind of adorable. That being said, if you are playing goblins, you play like 25 mountains or whatever. You throw this in your deck. And, you know, and you have basically, you kind of have an extra point of power in your mana base. Kind of. Inferno. Love this card. 6 damage, so 6 mana, sorry, 7 mana, 6 damage to each creature and each player. What I said before about damage, for removal, yeah, you can. Like this is one of those cards I'm happy to play as as removal, because this is 7 mana as an instant. Will wipe the board of anything except the really big. And the really big are still going to be scorched. If this had somehow managed to squeak in a downshift somewhere along the lines to common, it would have gone into Joven. The only reason I can't play it is because it's never been printed at common. Goblin Caves. Same idea as Goblin Shrine, except it pumps toughness. +2 toughness is actually quite a bit. With no shenanigans going on. It's still fine. Goblin Caves is still fine, and if you're playing goblins, you're playing this. Goblin Wizard. It's getting to be expensive. The last time I remembered seeing a price check on it, it was like $20. And that's the last time I remembered seeing a price on it. It's now like 65 USD. 2 red, 2 other for 1/1. Pay red to give a goblin protection from white till end of turn, which is, there are so few red cards that can give anything protection from anything. Red is the color of stopping protection, of stopping damage prevention. Red doesn't give protection. Or you can tap it to take a goblin card that's in your hand and put it into play. Notice the Oracle text says a goblin permanent card. Take out the creatures. Take out instant. And take out sorcery. Which technically just means Bogart shenanigans. Whenever another goblin you control is put in the graveyard from the battlefield, you may have this enchantment deal 1 damage to target player or planeswalker. Apart from that, the only other goblin cards are going to be creatures. So that's probably why they just left it as permanent, because there's only like one card that'll affect otherwise. Yeah. Again, if you can afford it and this is the kind of deck you're playing, go ahead. Also, if you're playing I don't think I would play this if I had, like, I think this is a maybe consider if I've got like 6. I think if I've got 12, I'm like, yeah, okay, I can get away with running this. I should be able to do 1 or 2 a turn. And also, hilariously, paying the red to, give itself protection from white is kind of funny. Nice path to exile you got. It would be a shame if something happened to it. Ball lightning. Most people have to just simply internalize this as 3 red for 6 damage to the dome that can be reduced by blocking it with creatures. That's the simplest way to internalize this. Although, hilariously, you throw like a random 1/1 first strike, like, I don't know, let's say Pikeman in front of this, the ball lightning just fizzles. 6 mana, trample, haste, beginning of the end step, sack it. It. Yeah. It just dies. You wanted a healthy amount of damage for cheap cost? You do that. Mana Clash. One of the original names, I believe, that was bandied about for Magic the Gathering was this. This is a lot of coin flipping. If you're playing a coin flip deck, you might want to consider playing this. If you're playing a coin flip deck, you better be running Krark's Thumb. So, red, sorcery. You target an opponent. Uh, yeah, because the trigger for sacrificing it is at the end of turn. If you can bounce the ball lightning back to your hand, you can do it again the following turn. If you if you flicker it or whatever, okay, the end of the basically the first end of turn step that the game sees that says, "Hey, by the way, this is in play." The game goes, "Not anymore. It's not. Go." Anyway, you choose. So, Mana Clash. You choose an opponent. Okay, I target you. The two of us are just going to keep flipping coins. Whoever ends up with tails is taking a point of damage. Once we both come up heads, we stop. This, oh no, I want to put this. If I ever build Firesong and Sunspeaker, I might put this in that deck. Because, hey, guess what? Red spell that's got lifelink. Cool. Oh man, I will end up never taking the damage. I will gain life every time my opponent comes up heads. Oh, that's just so wrong. That's just funny. And then Blood Moon, we all know about Blood Moon. Or most of us, we should know about Blood. My god, $7. You were so expensive for such a long time. Nobody plays it anymore, I guess. Wow. Yeah, but, you know, Blood Moon, change a bunch of lands into mountains. Okay, done. We know about that. Green. Um, Lurker, 3 mana, 2/3. Can't be targeted unless it attacked or blocked this turn. What? Can't be so basically has Shroud unless unless it attacks or blocks in that turn. If you want a green creature with a weird ability, this would qualify. It's kind of Shroud. Thing is, that only affects spells. Abilities will still work regardless, which means it's not as good as it first appears. It's still fine. Spitting Slug. So, 3 mana, 2/4. You have two choices when this is, blocking or blocked, i.e., it's butting heads with another creature. You can pay the green, the 2 mana, the green +1. If you do, the slug's got first strike. If you don't, the other creature gets first strike. And if there's more than one creature that it's tangling with, they all get first strike. That's slightly annoying. Tracker. So 3 mana for a 2/2. Pay 2 green and tap it to basically have Tracker and another creature fight. The reason the Oracle text doesn't say the word fight is because Tracker deals the damage first, then the other creature deals damage back. It's not done at the same time, it's consecutive. If there's any replacement effects involved, that can change how things actually work. You know, if you have an effect that's like, if non-combat damage would be dealt to this creature, instead prevent that damage and put that many +1/+1 counters on this creature. I have no idea if that's an actual wording on a card. But theoretically, if that's a thing that happens, then Tracker deals 2 damage to whatever. Let's say it starts off as a 0/3. This would end up with a damage prevented and getting 2 +1/+1 counters on it, which would make it, into a 2/5. And then when it taps to deal the damage to the Tracker dies. If it was fight, they both deal the damage at the same time. Tracker's going to live because this, when it's dealing the damage, is a 0/3. So this is why some really old wording doesn't use fight, because there's weirdness in the rules that can turn around and say, yeah, that's not how it works now. Spitting Slug, I think, Spitting Slug is probably still playable. Like, Lurker, I don't think I would play anywhere because it's only got like a third of Shroud. Spitting Slug, I would probably be able to find a home. It's probably not unreasonable to find a home for that. Boop. Sorry, something came up. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm a squirrel sometimes. Anyway, Spitting Slug, probably somewhat playable. Tracker, if I'm looking for some kind of fight spell, and I'm especially, or fight ability, especially if I'm looking at really old cards. Tracker might be worth playing. Uh, Sylvanals, there's not. I mean, I love the artwork, but I can't really think of many auras on lands. Like, I can't really think of many auras that get put onto lands. That people would actually play. Um, um, why do you keep coming up? Sort by color. Come on. Thank you. uh, no, no, maybe. Tap land Shannon counter spell that destroys. Hmm. The Xenocons maybe. Like Intercessor's Rest and Bound in Gold and stuff like that are not going to be thrown on lands. You're not going to throw the runes on lands. Uh, Krog flooding maybe. Uh, yeah. What can I see? Oh yeah, Mystic Might. I remember this was a card I was considering for my mono blue deck because it gave blue an ability you don't end up with. Like blue just does not get the ability to tap to give a creature +2/+2. That's not a thing. Except it is because Mystic's Might. Um, Reality Acid, yeah, I could see. Sky Games, maybe. Spreading Seas, maybe. Blight, no, people don't play that. Cossack Tar, I can see to like burninate people out. Um, Sadly, the flavor text on contaminated ground is very apropos right now, especially the gate crash one. No one cares about pollution until they can see it. I hate how accurate a statement that is. Uh, Discreet retreat in certain kinds of decks, sure. Lithoform blight. Um, Sometimes got used as a burn card and sometimes got used as mana fixing. Um, Underworld connections to draw cards. Crackling emergence, another, you know, basically another Zendikon effect. um, oh, Footfall Creator, maybe. Because giving a creature trample and haste till end of turn is actually a lot. And there's battlefield, I can't control them to permanent till end of turn. Oh, that's cute. That's like, is it custody battle I'm thinking of? Might be. Goblin Caves, Goblin Shrine, we've already talked about. Uh, ba, ba, ba. Uh, abundant, abundant growth. I don't know why Find the Path, the arena version of Find the Path is showing up on my list. But yeah, abundant growth and its variants. Forbidden Lore is kind of cute. You know, what's the actual one? Yeah, tap land Forbidden Shore, and yeah, that's like a land that goes like tap here, have half a giant growth. when when Harold and Bob first Newmans. What set are you? Oh, Fallout. That explains the naming. It's a, so 3 mana, 3/3 vigilance for each. When it dies, if it was a creature, return to it. So this basically does the thing that they've got in Duskmourn, where like Enduring Innocence and whatever come back as an enchantment. It's just this comes back as an enchant forced. At 3 mana of any one color, you get 2 red counters. Yes, yes. This is from the Fallout set. Radiation is a thing. So red counters. Um, was it at the beginning of your? At the beginning of the pre-combat main phase of a player with red counters. So basically, after you draw for a turn, you mill a card for each red counter you've got, and for each non-land, you lose a life and remove a counter. So non-lands hurt you, but also remove radiation. It's kind of like leeches in that respect. The card that, the one card that removes poison counters. Yeah, kudzu we talked about earlier. Oh, God. I said game paper. You are not available in paper. You are strictly an online only card. Alchemy New Capenna is not paper. Sorry, sometimes the searching just drives me insane. This is Zenicon, yeah, same as what we said. Oh my God. Nylia's presence, changing your land into all types I can see. Oak Growth Troll will see some play. Song of the Dryads. Again, one of those one of those removal cards that just it loses any card types, subtypes, and colors it had. Keeps any super types and its name. And loses all other abilities from its rule text. Yeah, again, one of those cards that you want in whatever deck you're playing. Are you running green? You should have a card like this so you can shut down certain cards without getting them off the board. Spawning grounds. Yeah, spawning grounds, squirrel nest. They're basically the same thing except one's much bigger than the other. Kind of, Tarmogoyf, similar idea. Or sorry, Tarmogoyf nest, which sounds really weird to say. You can have a Tarmogoyf as a frickin' token now. Tarmogoyf should not be a token. What is wrong with people? Tarmogoyf also used to legitimately be, a big, powerful, expensive card, and now it's like nobody plays it anywhere anymore. Buried in the garden. Oh yeah, the weird Oblivion Ring effect thing. Can't control for the channel. Wellspring. Take a land and have it bounce back and forth between players. Basically, turn any land into Rainbow Veil. Leaf Drake Roost. Again, I can see that. Oh no. Enchantment token, me. Estrid the Masked can turn around and put masks on permanents that basically give them totem armor. That's adorable. Okay. Yeah, I mean there's I think I'd only expect to see a single Sylvain elves at the table. I think if somebody's playing Elf Tribal, it's probably okay to run it. And Elf Tribal is fairly popular. I don't expect this to see play in every Elf deck, but I expect it can make sense in I expect it's playable in some Elf decks. Wormwood Tree Folk. 5 mana for 4/4 that has two abilities. One's double green, one's double black. That gives it the appropriate land walk ability, i.e. Forest Walk or Swamp Walk, and deals 2 damage to you. I can see this going in a Tree Folk. Actually, I can see this in a few decks. Tree Folk is probably the most likely because it's going to get through for damage, and especially since you're playing, because its ability is green and black, like it has a green one and a black one. This is a kind of deck where it could make sense to play Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth and Yavimaya Cradle of Growth in the same deck. And it's like, whichever one you get first, okay, my land's tapped for that. I'm getting through for damage, you're taking it. Scarwood Hag. 2 mana for 1/1. Tap to remove Forest Walk from a creature. Or tap quad green and tap it to give a creature Forest Walk. That sounds like a lot, and it is. Creature type Hag. I don't know of many Hags. I know of some Hags in the game, like Brine Hag and stuff like that, but I can't think of many. I don't see removing Forest Walk coming up very often. Granting Forest Walk, if that ends up being a thing, that's unblockable. And again, whenever we talk about Landwalk, the same point comes up. If you can give a creature Landwalk until end of turn, you stop that creature from being able to be blocked as long as the defending player has a land of that type. That can be used on defense. You know, you can force yourself to take the damage and, you know, and keep your creatures. So, I think later in the game it's more likely to be a thing. Earlier in the game, I mean, you're not going to be able to, even as soon as you hit quad green, you're going to have other stuff you want to spend it on. Neil Sylvain. I mean, Hoofy Tribal, sure. And a name like Neil Sylvain, I would have thought this should have been a legendary creature. I think maybe this is supposed to be a legendary creature, and they forgot to make it into a legendary creature when they actually printed it. Now, that being said, I could look it up later, but meh, whatever. Anyway, quad green, again, quad green, tap, regenerate target creature. Really expensive, but by the time you can do that, I mean, Neil is probably dead by then. I hate to say it. I don't think he. That being said, I mean, no, he feels too slow for it. I think back in the day they should have gone like double green and tap. Because that would still be, you know, that would still be expensive, but it would be like eminently more playable. Because who's going to want to pay quad green The other thing is if you took out the tap symbol, quad green colon target, regenerate target creature would be really good. I don't see a good spot for it though. Land leeches. This is an extra green mana. This is an extra mana over Elvish Archers for an extra point of toughness. If you are going to do the crazy thing like I like to do and build off of weird abilities, or, this color does not get this ability, but this card has it. You're building a deck like that, Land Leeches, it would go into a mono green deck like that. Thirteen cards have first strike. You don't count because, you care about being drafted. 1. Do you control red permanent? No, we're not playing that game. Activate first strike. Glissa, Hornet Cobra, Land Leeches. If you control a creature with yada yada yada. Yes, you're going to have one. If any creature is assigned to block, the creature... Oh, right. Miri. As a blocker, gets it. Yeah, kind of. Selective adaptation. Yeah, no. Spitting Slug. So I can make a reasonable argument for 8 of the 13 cards. Okay, that's a starting point. Yeah, like I said, green does not get first strike. Here's 8 green cards that have first strike. Yeah. Again, I could build around that. People of the Woods. This is 2 green for, again, creature type, just human. They really got to go back to some of these really old cards and see if there's actually a relevant creature type that makes sense. Like People of the Woods, calling them citizens would be fine. Or something of that nature would be fine. 2 green for a 1 power creature, but toughness equal to the number of force you control. Oh man. Throw this in a toughness matters stack. Cool. Here's the Yavimaya Cradle Growth. Yeah, I know, I keep relying on, I keep calling it. It's the simplest way to do it. Here's the Yavimaya Cradle Growth. Cool. And it doesn't even have to be yours. Okay, fine. I've got like 6 lands in play. Okay, this is a 1/6, so I attack with it, and it deals combat damage as it's based on toughness. Okay. And I don't have to animate wallet or anything. Okay. Yeah, you're building a toughness matters deck, or maybe some kind of force matters deck. Yeah, you might want to look at it. Carnivorous Plant, 4/5 Defender. Doesn't say that in its rules text because it was Summon Wall. And up until 8th edition-ish, walls in the rules text, or sorry, in the rules, you know, if it had creature type wall, it was, it had defender. Well, it couldn't attack. During Kamigawa, I think it was, they finally came out with, like, the first trip to Kamigawa, after the first trip to Mirrodin and before the first trip to Ravnica, around 20 years ago. They came out with a defender keyword, and then, yeah, but that's why. So it looks like a vanilla creature. It's not a vanilla creature. It's a 4/5 with defender, which was a healthy sized creature, but it can't attack. Again, if you're playing, if you're playing some kind of wall tribal deck, you might want to consider it because, getting this up and around. But then you could just as easily have like a normal 4/5 creature. Um, Whippoorwill. 1/1 fly. Sorry, 1/1. A 1/1 bird that does not fly, even though it looks like it flies, and it's a creature type bird, it should fly. 2 green and tap it. Target creature can't regenerate this turn. Damage that would be dealt to that creature this turn can't be prevented or dealt instead to another permanent or player. When that creature dies this turn, exile the creature. In other words, barring an effect like indestructible, damage that's being dealt to the creature is being dealt to that creature. Yeah. There are very few effects that can actually turn around and stop that from happening. Yeah. You want to make sure damage gets through. You play an effect like Whippoorwill. Scarwood Bandits. 2/2 with Forest Walk. Human Rogue, which is the hilarious part. For 4 mana. Pay 3 and tap it. Steal opponent's artifact unless they pay 2 to stop you. For as long as the bandits remain on the battlefield. Yeah, I need a copy of that for my mono green deck. I need a copy of that for not Dovin, Dosan. God, so many cards that have got similar names. I need a copy of this for Dosan. Because green blows up artifacts. Green doesn't steal artifacts. Green blows up artifacts. Also, this gives me a small suggestion of something like Robin Hood. It doesn't look like it based on the art, but the flavor of it gives me that impression. Scavenger Folk. Speaking of killing artifacts, again, creature type human only. One green, 1/1. Pay green, tap and sack the creature. Destroy target artifact. For an effect like that, there's better cards these days. You can probably do this without sacking the creature. You can probably get away without the green mana and tap symbol. Venom. Um, Basically the same ability that Thicket Basilisk and Cockatrice have, thrown onto an aura. If you want an aura to make a creature dangerous, this ability is like the progenitor to Death Touch. And hilariously, this doesn't rely on the creature dealing damage. So if you're playing, a walled if you're playing walled tribal, or if you're playing something that's like toughness matters or whatever, if you somehow have the ability to the fun part is if you've got the ability to block multiple creatures, like if you go back to unlimited and you look at white into Blaze of Glory, which I seem to remember is expensive these days, like dollar wise. Yeah, the cheapest legitimate printing is like $130 US. Casting only during combat before blockers are declared. Target creature defending player controls can block any number of creatures this turn. It blocks each attacking creature this turn if able. You put that together on a card that's got Venom, or Thicket Basilisk, or Cockatrice. It blocks all the creatures, and then it doesn't matter if it deals damage to them. All those other creatures are going to die at the end of combat. Hidden Path. All green creatures gain Forest Walk. A lot of creatures already have Forest, like a lot of creatures that people want to play already have Forest Walk. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And there's already cards that grant Forest Walk. If you're playing Elf Tribal, for example, if you're playing Elves, I think it's Elvish Champion turns around and gives all your elves Forest Walk. Yeah. Yeah, Venom, being based on Thicket Basilisk and Cockatrice, don't need to deal damage, which is great. But yeah, Hidden Path. So a lot of creatures that people are playing anyway already have Forest Walk. There's already enough other ways to get Forest Walk. This is just like your one-stop shop where it's like, yeah, don't care. Pfft, Forest Walk. And then as soon as somebody's got Yavimaya Cradle of Growth out, what you do is you wait till Yavamaya's out first. Then you play a Hidden Path and go, by the way, I'm attacking you for, over 9,000 now. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm attacking you for like a bazillion. Have fun. If you think about it that way, you could use Hidden Path a little bit like an overrun effect. Because, if you're playing Hidden Path, you're playing a bunch of green. Let's be honest. You don't play a card that has. You don't play a card. You don't play a permanent that has 4 green mana symbols in it and not be playing a bunch of green in your deck. Heavy, if not mono green. So, you overrun sure gives a power boost and everything else, but that's and trample, but that's so you can actually push through for damage. If you have enough power, you can just forego an overrun effect whatsoever. Use this and just go, oh, you're at 37? Okay, so I'll send these, 8 guys after you. I'll send these 4 after you, and I'll send the rest over here. And yeah, by the way, have a nice day. You might need a size boost depending on what you got out, but I mean, if you're playing with cards that you're trying to attack with a bunch of creatures for damage, you're probably playing Gaia's Anthem and Sylvan Anthem and other similar effects Anthem. Uh, Marsh Viper. If it Whenever it deals damage, does not say combat damage because back in the day you didn't say combat damage, you just said dealt damage to a player, they get 2 poison counters. So 4 mana 1/2, but if it hits the opponent and the rule for commander still is 10 poison damage, loses the game. You grab a Marsh Viper, you throw, you know, some kind of ping the opponent creature or ping the opponent equipment or whatever on it and go, hey, by the way, here, take 2 and take 2 more and take 2 more and take 2 more and take 2 more. Oh, sorry, did I kill you? Oh, well, in that case, okay. By the way, now your turn. Guy's touch, simple. You get to play an extra 4. You get to play an extra land on each of your turns as long as it's a basic forest, and you can sack the enchantment for double green. You basically get back your investment. You can. Okay. You can get a lot of, you know, if you've got good card draw, like let's even go back to like ancient times and, Howling Mine. I've got like 3 Howling Mines in play, okay, and I play like 2, I've got 2 Gaia's Touches. Cool, I'll play 3 lands a turn. And when I don't need them anymore, or suddenly I need to ramp out something huge, it's like pop, pop, pop. Okay. Hurricane for 479. No, 400, 481? I think it might have been 481. 487. And then Elsa Deep Shadow. It's Llanowar Elves that taps for black and deals a point of damage to you. Are you playing Elves in Golgari? You're probably playing Elsa Deep Shadow. Also, you know, Justin's got good art for that. Probably because I grew up with it. This is the art I prefer. That's a me thing. This also looks really cool. We always strive to maintain our decomposure. Ooh, bad, bad, bad. Alright. Multicolored cards. Actually. Okay, yeah, I did the others already. Uh, Scarwood Goblins, Marsh Goblins, Dark Heart of the Wood. I can cover all those fairly quickly. This is just a 2/2 Goblin that's both colors. This is a 1/1 Swamp Walk Goblin that's both colors. I probably wouldn't bother with the Scarwood Goblins. I might consider the Marsh Goblins simply due to the fact that it's got Swamp Walk, which, again, if you're playing with Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth, you might want to consider that to make sure it can push through damage. And then Dark Heart of the Wood, green and black. Pardon you. Uh, green and black enchantment, sack forest to gain 3 life. You're playing green, getting your lands back from the graveyard, like Ramanap Excavator, etc., and playing additional lands. Even like Gaia's Touch. You combine those two and being able to consistently, gain 3 life and have your additional land plays. Not a problem. Artifacts. There's only 20. We can get through this fairly quickly. Standing Stones, one of the many reasons, even back in the day, Celestial Prism, it did not take me a long time to realize Celestial Prism was bad. I wasn't fond of Standing Stones, but I mean, I saw a Soul Grail. I saw a Soul Grail, a couple years later. And, that was better than Standing Stones. That was better. And basically, I knew that once I saw Soul Grail that Standing Stones and Celestial Prism were just not worth playing. I think Standing Stones kicked out Celestial Prism in my head relatively early on because I think I understood that, sure, I was losing life, which I didn't really understand as being like the way this was written. I never really absorbed the paying 1 life as being part of it. I just knew that paying 1 mana and tapping was better than paying 2 mana and tapping for the same activation cost. There are times when Standing Stones is fine. If you're trying to build a budget deck and you need an artifact that filters mana, Standing Stones is okay. Way back in the day, I came up with a Gruul deck with Stonebrow. Oh god, I can't remember how long ago this was. It was probably like 15 years ago. I had like a $25 US budget. And I wanted to come up. I was trying to come up with a commander deck for 25 USD. And I figured that red green was probably the best color combination that I could come up with because allied colors had more support than opposing colors. I wanted to stick to 2 colors because more colors might give you more options, but it was also going to be a lot more difficult trying to find I didn't feel I needed to go to 3 colors to be able to do everything. I felt like it could be done in 2 colors. Your graveyard removal, your recursion, your being able to get damage through, and like all the things that you want a commander deck to be able to do. I felt like it could be done in 2 colors. And while red and green have, and 2 allied colors would be the optimal situation. Because the mana fixing was so much better when you're looking at 2 allied colors. And I figured red-green was the best pair because yes, there was some overlap, but it wasn't as egregious as some of the other colors, some of the other color pairs. And Like, so let's think about this for a moment. We're just looking at allied colors and only color pairs. White, blue. Well, I can get rid of artifacts and enchantments off of white. I can get rid of creatures off of white. Blue will handle spells. But this was very much a control strategy, and I didn't feel a control strategy specifically was what I was looking for. Um, blue, black. Black can get rid of. Oh yeah, and white also. White, blue also had trouble dealing with land. Blue, black. You had. Black was good with dealing with creatures and lands. Wasn't really that good with dealing with artifacts. Could not hit enchantments. Again, this is going back well over a decade. Could not hit enchantments. Was incredibly bad, and it was going to be expensive on the budget wise. Dealing with artifacts. It really only had creatures and lands going for it. And again, blue couldn't get rid of anything on a permanent basis, so that was kind of out. Black, red, there was way, way, way too much overlap between black and red. They basically both did the same thing, with the exception that red could actually hit artifacts. You know, you had, like, if you looked at shock, and then you look at disfigure, and they're basically the same card from two different directions. You know, there's too much overlap. And same up here with white and green. But I take a look at red and red and green, and I'm like, I can deal with artifacts, creatures, enchantments, lands, graveyard, all inside these two colors, all fairly easily. I've got ramp, largely out of green, but I've got ramp. And I'm looking at it, it's like, I don't really see a drawback to playing red-green. Gruul just might be my best color combination, so I went with Gruul. And, here I am sketching out what cards I want to do, what things, and so on and so forth. What concepts do I need and everything else. And I'm looking at mana fixing. I'm looking at artifacts to give me some kind of ramp or mana fixing or something. And standing stones at that point was like 15 cents. Something like that. Actually, you know what? How about I pull it up real quick? Whoops. All right. 2013. December of 2013. So that's roughly, well, a little over 11 years ago. So I had 25 USD. And based on that, I basically went with Stonebrow Croson Hero for reasons. $4 in the mana base, including 6 dual lands. Managed to get Ghost Quarter in there and 25 basics. $1.90 on quote unquote mana rocks. including, including standing stones, which was 10 cents at that point. 250 for some form of mass removal. For Furnace of Wrath, Inferno, Flame Wave, Bloodfire Colossus, Chain Reaction, which was a real surprise to me that was that cheap, and Squall Line. Furnace of Wrath being 75 cents and the rest being 25 to 50 cents. Stonebrow gives a buff to any attacking creature we have that has trample, so the job of these 4 cards is to make sure trample happens. Gruul War Plow, Overrun, Triumph of the Hordes, and Stampede Driver. I think it was like 245 of lands for 6 land cycling creatures. Uh, 3 slots at $1.40 for extra combat phases. Hellkite Charger, Savage Beating, and Seize the Day. 15 slots on spot removal. $1.50 for 3 cards to keep stuff dead. Basically, something hits the graveyard. Now let's get out the graveyard. $2.25 for 9 slots that are basically there just to smash face. And then a couple of other random cards. And this is what it looked like. And at the point that I did this, this was 25 US. I don't think it's going to be 25 US anymore because I feel like Stonebrow's gone up in of itself. Oh no, 40. He's only 40 cents. Okay. Yeah. Anyway. That being said, yeah, Standing Stones was in there because it was a cheap mana filter. There's better options nowadays, but when I came up with that back in like 2013 and I'm trying to build on a tight budget, there weren't good options. There's much better options nowadays. It's amazing, it's amazing what over a decade can do for you. Coal Golem. Excuse you. Coal Golem. Basically just converts the mana you pump into it into red mana. Are you playing with golems, son? Like precursor golem. Now, if only you could get this to... Oh. Oh, that's funny. Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Creatures with +1 counters have all activate abilities of all creature cards exiled with Agatha's Soul Cauldron. So if you've got a bunch of plant tokens from I don't know, Avenger or Zendikar or something like that. Pay 3. You could end up popping a bunch of them to feed into the next one, to feed into the next one, to feed into the next one. I guess that's only relevant if you're trying to sacrifice creatures for value, which isn't, which isn't impossible, but yeah, I think that's going to be tough to actually make it worth playing. Yeah, I don't really see it. Diabolic Machine, 7 to cast for 4/4, 3 to regenerate. Even back then, I realized that was just bad. I knew, like, I mean, I played it, but that's also because at that point, for what I was looking for, there weren't better options. Um, it's 7 mana for 4/4, which at that point, probably 6 mana. I think I would have been okay. If you compare this to Living Wall, which is a really weird comparison, you have 4 mana for 0/6 wall. So let's say, without having Defender, let's say it's a 0/5, because that's worth basically a point of power or toughness, and 1 to regenerate. 4 mana for 0/5. So that's, let's say, 4 mana for a 2/3 and 1 to regenerate. 4 mana for a 2/3. So 6 mana for 4/4 and 1 to regenerate. Maybe 2 to regenerate would sound about right based on that. Yeah, no. Unless you've got a good reason. Like, if you're playing a Tron deck, you can get away with paying the 7 mana makes a bit more sense. And that might be why they did that. But even so, this should be like one maybe 2. If you're basing the idea on Tron, I can see this being 2 to regenerate and maybe be a 5/5. Now, Rune Sword. Rune Sword is kind of weird. I have it. I have it in certain commons only decks. To help make sure that stuff, you know, it is a power boost. That basically turns around, and if this creature would deal damage to another creature and that creature dies, it doesn't die. It gets exiled. So in a situation where I'm looking for some kind of exile based removal and I don't really have good options otherwise, and I'm playing with strictly commons, I have Rune Sword. You don't play Rune Sword in a deck without a good reason. Reflecting Mirror. Reflecting Mirror is one of those ones where you need a lot of mana to make it work. If you can come up with like infinite mana, which is not as hard as one would think, in Commander, then being able to change the target, retarget a spell to someone else, because what you have to spend, first it's 4 mana to cast the mirror. And then it's double the mana value of the original spell. So somebody's going like Fireball at you for 10. So that's 11 mana. So now you need 22 mana and tap this to redirect it to somebody else. And it can't be, any other legal target. If it affected you, whoever, whatever your target is, has to also be another player. If you can create enough mana, you can do a lot with this. But you need to be able to generate a lot of mana. If you can, go ahead. It'll actually be really good for you. Wand of this. For to cast 3 tap. Activate only during your turn. An opponent reveals a card at random from their hand and either discards it or pays its mana value in life. If it's a land, that life payment is 1 life. If you're trying to come up with more, disrupting scepter effects, maybe in a situation like that, I'd probably only play this if I'm playing like mono brown or, something that's heavily artifact based. And I wanted that kind of effect. Living Armor. Living Armor is funny. Again, creatures tend to cost more than their power or their toughness. This is based on the creature's, on how much it costs the creature to cast. If I have a 6 mana 4/4 trample, 4 to cast, then I tap and sack this artifact to put 6 +0/+1 counters on target creature. So suddenly that 6 mana 4/4 trample is now a 6 mana 4/10 trample. And again, you can proliferate and all that other shenanigans that come along with having counters. Bone Flute, all jokes aside, because there was some terrible, terrible jokes about this card. All creatures get my... this is... what was it? Marsh Gas, I think it was? Or is that the good one? No, that was the good one. What was the bad one? Wasn't Legends, maybe? It wasn't Legends. Hellswarm. So, 3 mana, 2 tap for what was a 1 black mana instant in just the set before. Although, this can... the paying a black and tap... so, paying a black versus paying 2. Okay, I can call that a wash, and you're dealing with artifacts, that's fine. So you're paying 3 mana for the ability to do this every turn. I mean, it's okay if that's the sort of effect you need, but getting +1/+0 in of itself doesn't do very much. You you don't want Hellswarm when you can get Marsh Gas. Hilariously, this is one of those times when the set after improved the previous version. You know, you kind of have two improvements on the original, i.e., Hellswarm, in the same set. That's got to give you the idea that, you know, Hellswarm in of itself was just not a good card. Barrow's Cage. This is pumpable, and this is a thing people forget. This doesn't look great, but you can, you know, 6 colon target, you know, 2 target creatures don't untap during its controller's next untap step. uh, yeah. So if you've got spare mana floating around, just being able to say, hey, by the way, you don't untap next turn, that could be a big deal. And you can just keep pumping it. War Barge. I was going to talk about this earlier. We saw Merfolk Assassin. Target creature gains Solid Walk till end of turn. And keep in mind, this is 3 colon. So again, you can pump it. You can give a bunch of creatures Solid Walk. When the Starfract leaves the battlefield this turn, destroy that creature. Creature destroyed this way can't be regenerated. So, you go 3 colon. Yes. 3 colon. Give a creature Rolland Walk until end of turn. Then bounce the War Barge back to your hand. The creature you just gave Rolland Walk to sinks. and that's a situation I did not for a very, very, very long time realize that was the thing that, like, I wish I had known about that when I was playing during this time frame, because, you know, both this and Merfolk Assassin were relatively cheap cards. But the thing is, you only need the War Barge and some way of, like, getting the War Barge off the board. That's not hard. So, yeah, you want mono brown way of eliminating creatures. Look at a War Barge if you've got some way to, like, bounce it back to your hand, or, you know, sacrifice it and, you know, and bring it back to your hand that way, or, you know, flicker it or whatever. Necropolis. If your graveyard does absolutely nothing for you, 5 mana, 0/1 defender. Meh. Exile creature card from your graveyard to put that card's mana value and +0/+1 counters on this thing. Again, you have a 6 mana 4/4 trample. But if it's in your graveyard and your graveyard literally, you know, does almost nothing for you, see, you know, the conversation about Frankenstein's monster, you exile it from your graveyard and make this into a 0/7. because it was a 6-mana card. Again, doesn't sound like a lot, but A, you can just keep doing that as long as you've got creatures in your graveyard that have no use once they've left the battlefield. They're in the bin? Okay. Might as well feed them to something. It's not even that unreasonable to have a creature based on that that's got like 30 points of toughness. Not unreasonable at all. Okay. And again, if you're playing some kind of toughness matters deck, especially if you've got a way to make use of the fact that it's a wall or it has defender, either or. If you can bypass that or make use of it somehow, yeah. uh, Terror of Coriol? I don't know. I don't know how it's. Excuse me. I don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced. Target creature can't be blocked by walls this turn. Only 2 to cast. No mana at the activation. Just tap. Basically gives it the same pseudo unblockability that Juggernaut has. Again, going back to this thing about walls being a creature type. If suddenly you've got one player who's got, Masquerade Nexus out, you just turn around and go, cool. Thanks for making my guy unblockable now. Wait, what? Yeah, thanks for making my guy unblockable. Or certain cards being changelings here, like, all right, so you can't block it with these guys, so now you have to block it with these. With something over here. Wait, what? They got changeling, which also means they're walls. Deal with it. Scarecrow. Really expensive to cast and activate. However, prevent all damage that would be dealt to you this turn by creatures with flying. Flying creatures fly overhead, and they don't do anything to you. What? Yeah. You combine this with some sort of moat-like effect. Like, creatures without flying can't attack. Okay. Okay, send over the air crew. Tap 6 mana, tap. And I take 0 from that. What? Yeah, I take nothing. I mean, you do that at some point, somebody's going to rage quit. But that's a different kind of problem. You could easily combine this with some kind of mode effect and just go, yeah, whatever, don't care. Although you'd have to find a way to untap the Scarecrow. It is also a 5 mana 2/2, which means it's actually fairly easy for itself to die. But if you can somehow keep this around for a few turns, yeah. Book of Wrath. When I was doing the retail part at my LGS, this is one of those cards that I managed to get a few Commander players to pick up. because even though it costs a lot initially, 6 mana is a lot. Let's compare this to Jayemdae Tome for a moment, which is 4 to cast, 4 tap, draw a card. This is 6 to cast, 2 and pay 2 life, draw a card. So mana-wise, drawing the first card is going to be the same, except you're also paying 2 life. But the second card is only 2 and 2 life. And the third card is 2 and 2 life. And you can do all of those at the same time. You have Book of Wrath out. I tap 6 lands. I cast Book of Wrath. On my next turn, I tap 6 lands. And I pay 6 life. And I draw 3 cards. This seems to me a better deal in a lot of situations than a lot of cards that see a lot of play, like, for example, Sylvan Library. I'm not saying Sylvan Library is bad. I'm just saying that, there are times when you've got extra lands in play, and this is a 40 life format. Ping 2 life, 2 mana and 2 life for an extra card every so often. You do that 5 times. Sure, that's 10 life and 10 mana. Sprinkled out whenever you want. And you're going to be taking that 2 mana, that 2 life right away. It's easy enough to get, to draw 4 or 5 cards off of this, and then you never have to use it again if you don't want to, and you never have to lose any more life ever again. Compare that to something like the One Ring, which is going to keep burning you every single turn as long as it's got at least, have you drawn at least 1 card off of it? It's going to keep burning you every turn. Book of Wrath, I think, is actually pretty decent. I think it's actually pretty good, and it's like it's a lot of initial investment, but that's only the initial investment. Once you've paid that 6, the rest of it is real cheap and easy. That's got to see playing more decks. Stone Calendar. It's an $11 card for a very good. In fact, I'm surprised that it's only $11. I'm surprised it's only $11 because it's 5 to cast. Spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. It reduces every single thing you cast. Your Soul Ring is a 0 drop. Your general costs 1 less to cast. Your Lightning Strike becomes Lightning Bolt. Baral becomes a 1 drop. Think of any card you can think of, and then think what it would be like if it cost 1, if you need 1 less mana to cast it. Wrath of God, 2 white plus 1. Split Up is already really good for 2 white plus 1. And suddenly now you could cast that for double white. And the number of things that you can combine with, combine to add more cast reductions. Like Stone Calendar should just see playing like every deck, because it doesn't care about instant or sorcery or creature or anything else. And pretty much everything can use being caught, if I need one less mana, I've got 3 spells I want to cast. This is saving me 3 mana that turn. Skull of Worm. 3 to cast, 5 tap. You activate a raised dead ability, but for enchantments instead of creatures. Although it doesn't mean it can't be an enchantment creature, and there's a lot of those. Um, if you're playing something where enchantments are relevant, you might want to consider this. You know, if you're considering an Auramancer effect of some sort, take a look at Skull of Worm. Yeah, it costs a bit more, but it can bring back another enchantment every single turn. You know, in an aura based deck, that's a lot. And then we follow this up with 3 zeros and 3 zeros, which is funny. Dark Sphere, tap and sack it, and the next time you would take damage from something, you're only taking half of it. Here, it takes 37. No, I think I'll take 19 instead. So the amount of damage you take, you round up. Because it says prevent half that damage rounded down. But that can be a huge deal in some games. Fountain of Youth is okay. No mana up front. 2 tap to gain a life. It doesn't take long for this to be outdone. I think it was Tangle Bloom. Yeah, 1 to cast, 1 tap, gain a life. So this is 2 mana, just like, 1 plus 1 is the same as 0 plus 2, except the second activation, you paid 1, 2, 3 versus 2, 4. Tangle Bloom pulls ahead very fast for the same ability because it's got a cheaper activation. That being said, the fact that Fountain of Youth, don't sleep on it because it is a 0 drop. There are times when being 0 mana is actually relevant. Tormod's Crypt. In Commander, I am slowly replacing these with Tormod's Crypt Keeper. So, just look at this activated ability, ignore the rest for a moment. Tap, sack this creature, exile target player's graveyard. Tap, sack this artifact, exile target player's graveyard. It's the exact same ability. Okay. 3 to cast for a 3/2 vigilance with the same ability. The reason I'm playing Tormod's Crypt Keeper now is because it's also a creature. And the fact that it's a creature means it can be used for other things. It's also a 3/2 vigilance, which means it can smack in for damage. Not saying Tormod's Crypt is bad. There are times you want Tormod's Crypt because you can also use it right away. But in general, I would play the Crypt Keeper before I played Tormod's Crypt. And then Felwar Stone. 2 mana artifact that taps for a mana of any color one of your opponents can tap for. You've got a land that your opponent's got a land that taps for any color. Well, Felwar Stone now taps for any color. And then let's just go through this real quick. There's only 4 lands in the set. Only one of them actually taps for mana. Sorrow's Path. Oh, You two are trying to block these things? No, no, no. Now you're blocking this and you're blocking this. All blocking reassignments have to be legal, but that's what happens. When you do so, and whenever Soros Path becomes tapped, and no, it actually says uh, whenever it is tapped, so that can be tapped for any reason. Could be for its own ability, could be because Urborg or you have a Maya route and now it taps for mana. It deals 2 damage to you and each creature you control. So this might be a card that you might want to consider in, again, Darien King of Keldor. You know, that 2 damage, well, suddenly that's 2 tokens I control. The damage is dealt first, and then Darien triggers, and then you'll get the tokens. They won't die as soon as they hit the board, unless something else makes them die. Safe Haven. This is a card I actually have use for. So, land, 2 tap, exile target creature you control, and on any of your upkeeps, you can sack the land to take all the creatures that you exiled and put them back into play under their owner's control. Yeah. However, compare cold storage. It's a 4 mana artifact, 3 : exile target creature you control. Sack this artifact, return each creature exiled with this artifact to the battlefield under your control. If you can, play cold storage first. Safe Haven's only good to get your own creatures back, although sometimes that's a thing that you need to do. I'll come back to City of Shadows in a moment. Maze of Ith, we all know about Maze of Ith. Maze of Ith is basically... Oh, wow, cool. Wonder... Oh, that's a shame. It's only the original print that's got this artwork. Oh, well. Tap it to basically untap an attacking creature and remove it from combat. Sorry, it doesn't technically remove it from combat, but if essentially it does. You prevent all combat damage it would deal and that it would take. You're essentially removing it from combat. Then City of Shadows. City of Shadows should probably go to a deck, and there's a reason why it's, 57 and change. It's on the reserved list. It's from the dark. Tap, exile creature you control, put a storage counter on this land. Tap, add a colorless mana for each storage counter on this land. Put this in a mono brown deck that's got some ability to generate creature tokens. Mirror Battlesphere is a good example. Fine, I'll sack one of the mirror tokens. I put a storage counter on this. Now I use stuff like Karn's Bastion or whatever to proliferate the counters. And eventually, it's going to tap for more mana than what it's costing me to proliferate. Contagion Engine would do the same thing. Because I think that's... Oh, what are you? I'm too lazy to try and find the card right now. Yeah. 4, tap, proliferate, then proliferate again. Yeah, I have one of these ones. That's fun. Yeah. should probably see more play. Would see play in very specific decks. If you want to prevent the damage, you need something that can prevent damage from colorless sources. Or just prevent damage, period. Or redirect the damage and start playing Stuffy Doll shenanigans. You know how that goes. Anyway, I think that's it for tonight. Yeah, that is the dark. That is probably 5 hours and 45 minutes now that I've actually done this properly this time. So I guess we'll call for the evening. And I'll see you guys next week. Let me think here. Yeah, 11:54. Yeah. So I technically started about 6 o'clock. It says 5 hours and 51 minutes on OBS. So, yeah, something like that. Anyway, have a good night, people. Pasta la pizza. Pizza. Okay. Bye bye.